Oh good, Stream Elements joined us because I forgot to load it. And sometimes it logs me out. I can't close that, I guess. Okay. Alright, it's Christmas Eve, you guys. Chungus is nowhere near done. But we're gonna see what we can get done on him. And if we're lucky, maybe we can at least get the shell finished. Maybe. That would be nice. So we are starting way early today. Because we have a lot of ground to cover. Alright, sorry about cutting it off early last night, or suddenly last night. I was suddenly just not feeling well. Well, not suddenly. It had been building for a little bit. And it finally hit my overload point where I was just like, nope. Like, everything was bothering me, nothing was making it better. And then I didn't really get anywhere after I cut stream. Because I had to stop and walk away. Chungus is really taking a lot out of me. That's for sure. So everybody's having a good Christmas Eve. I hope you are ready for tomorrow, although some people celebrate today. We're like half celebrating today, like later tonight. So we will see how that goes. Trying to enjoy what serenity I have at the moment. But we will see. We'll probably get interrupted in the art stream at some point, or there's a chance we might, rather. Because apparently we have to do gifts with the mother-in-law before she leaves to go up to her sisters, her one sister's even though we kept trying to warn her, it's gonna be raining all fucking day. The sister's driveway turns into a just like mud slip and slide, and we're like, you're gonna end up getting stuck. And she's like, well, we'll see. And I'm like, we're not coming to get you. We're not gonna be able to. We've got our own shit on tap for today. But she's hell-bent on doing this for some reason. So we have to do gifts at some point before they leave, and I said to the husband, I said, well, when are they leaving? I don't know. That's helpful. Although even if they did say when they were leaving, they probably wouldn't leave then. Because I was like, yeah, you're that aunt that she's going to go see has had COVID like 4 fucking times. I really don't want a COVID Christmas, so, I don't much see the point in doing gifts after she comes back from there, because nobody's gonna want to be near her. Have the wired headphones on. I forgot to charge the other ones when I went to bed last night. I was like, oh, I'll charge them when I get up with Momo at like 6 or 7. And I forgot to. I might have been able to use them for part of the stream, but I did have them on again last night, so I don't know what their charge was at. And I just didn't feel like fucking with it at that point. I was like, you know what? That's fine. Alright. So let's see. Tack you. Into there. Now that I've experienced the freedom of wireless headphones, having these back on, I'm like, nah. I almost need 2 sets, so that way I've got one constantly charged. Okay, so I think I'm gonna attach you to there. So I'm just kind of making a line pattern, not really following a specific plan here. It's probably better that I did stop last night when I did, because we wouldn't have, we probably wouldn't have finished this. We probably would have been going till like midnight and still not quite been done. Alrighty. Oh, Chungus, I need you to cooperate here for me, buddy. Just a little bit. Okay. Now, I mean, that's a pretty big section there. To not have excuse me. To not have a separator. Okay, so let me try to get you into there. It's getting a little bit tougher because we keep going into the same spots. So you have to use a little bit more care. We can't just go at it with careless abandon. Alright, I don't know how well all of our shell lines here are going to get attached. We're certainly going to give it a valiant try here. Trying to get most of the stuff done now, where we're gonna be like contorting Chungus's legs oddly. Done and out of the way. That's not so bad. Not bad at all. Okay, so now we're gonna have a bit of an awkward bit here. Alright, so let's try to attach this guy. Up into here. I mean, this section shouldn't be too terribly time eating, but it will be a little bit time eating. Only because we have to get everybody attached into here. Proud of how sturdy our neck is. That came out pretty well. Our legs could use some improvement. Can't win them all, I suppose. Okay, so we've got Chungus' head slightly off of camera there, but only slightly. Oh, what is this? Oh. Okay. Sorry. Someone had messaged me. I wasn't sure if Russell had messaged me from the other room. I'm like, what now? Okay, we can kind of see that. Barely. Come on. Chungy, work with me here, buddy. Alright. So we're gonna get this segment put into here. Now, is this gonna be perfect? Abso-fucking-lutely not. But this is probably, let's see. We made Marvin. We made the little hermit crab thingy ornament. We made Reggie. This is what, the 4th figurine I've ever made? So, you know. Perfect? Hell no. But for this being the 4th one we've made, like a 3D critter, it's not too bad. Especially considering we went with non-traditional materials. Sorry, Chungus, I didn't mean to rip that out. I thought that that little bit of fluff was going to detach better than it did. Obviously, I was wrong. So, we will reattach that into there. And I hope everybody's doing well this Christmas Eve. Whoop. I collapsed Chungy's leg. That's not good. Say that won't do. Alright. So we're just kind of working on getting our lines in on our shell. Trying to figure out where we want them to be placed. Don't really have a specific rhyme or reason to them. And hopefully we won't get interrupted to deal with mother-in-law shenanigans. If we do, it won't be very long. It'll only be for a few minutes, hopefully. If it's close to the end of the stream, we might just wrap up a few minutes early. We will see. So obviously Chungus is not going to be done tonight. But the husband said he was okay with that. So, while he's okay with it, I'm not okay with it. I'm upset. I'm not going to get this guy done in time. We did get a late start. I lost one day to a migraine. Which really pissed me off. Although I don't know if one day would have really saved us here. Might have been more like a day and a half. That we lost to that. Kind of my own fault because we didn't start as soon as I should have. Though if I had known that we were going to end up buying gifts, I probably wouldn't have made anything by hand just to save the time. Like, I didn't think we were going to be doing bought gifts this year for the mother-in-law and her sister. So, let's grab our next bit of fluff and stuff here. Now, I'm currently using acrylic yarn. I haven't put any roving on this yet. I'm not sure if I will be. Excuse me. Okay, so let me see here. Alright, Chungus, I need to get you. I'm knocking into everything. I need to get you in a position where I can see what the hell I'm doing. That's kind of on camera. One bad thing about having something that's quite so big is that it's a little bit awkward to maneuver. Okay. So work on getting that attached into there. So what's everybody up to this Christmas Eve? You guys just chilling? Watching movies? Wrapping gifts? Cooking? Baking? What's everybody up to? What's y'all doing? I mean, obviously, we are working on Chungus. As much as we can. So we're about not quite a half hour, almost in today. So you can see visually that we've made some progress with this part. And I knew this part was going to be a little bit time consuming. So we have to try to attach all of these little strandy guys. Or at least try to get most of them in here. The hell is that? It sounded like somebody coughed. Like animal coughed. But I didn't see any animals that could have done it. Alrighty. So I thank you guys for letting me take the time on stream to work on Chungus without being upset that we took a break from the Bob Ross stuff. We'll get back to Bob Ross, I promise. I want to. Definitely want to. Okay, this one's a little thick here. And then that's a little thin. Okay. So I'm gonna pop you into that junction. There. And then we'll put this one into here. So it's starting to look a little turtle-like here. Like it's been raining off and on since like before 5 a.m. And it's supposed to rain straight through till like 5 or 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. I mean, we need the rain, but welcome, Kofi Bat. The Bats of Kofi is here. So, welcome, welcome. So, get this into here. And I might snip that one and see if we can put that somewhere else. Come back in and reattach our little loose bits. From the snipping. Alright. Alright, Chungus, we need to figure you out over here. So let me attach this one here. Okay. Let's see if we can make this work here. As best as we can. Have to go a little bit slower in this part. If only because of the awkward angle. You okay?
Mm-hmm. Cool time.
Alright, Chungus's neck is going to be in the way a little bit. Not a whole lot I can do about that. I can't take off Chunky's neck. Well, I mean I could, but I really don't want to reattach it after all we went through to get it on, so we'll just have to cope there for a couple of minutes. With not being able to fully see. Alright, I'll tell you. I woke up and had to take some ibuprofen earlier. The weather is not my friend. In fact, I just took some more. Alright, so a little bit more of our chocolate brown. Now that connection point's really kind of weak there, so compared to the rest of it. So I'm just gonna get a little piece right in there. Okay, so that's pretty good there. We do need a tiny, excuse me, do need a tiny connection point. Oh, Chungus is all sorts of up close and personal right now. Hi, Chungus. Okay, you need to go there. Alright. So I need to have a tiny little segment here, because that section was just a little big to not have one, I think. Okay, next step. Probably gonna be over here. You know what, let's grab a little bit of water here. That might help our cause a little bit.
Good news, the texture looks a bit more like I expected.
Well, that's good.
So yay! Maybe it was just the giant bits of fucking mixing bowl.
Maybe. How we looking here?
Looks like a turtle shell.
You happy?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you I'd be happy either way.
I know, but...
Okay, you haven't fucked it up so bad that it's horrifying to behold. How's that?
Well, you have a very high horrifying standard, so...
Not for handmade stuff.
Cat.
Real handmade stuff, not, you know, fake, oh, it's at the fucking clothesline fair and you got it printed out somewhere in China. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Ed.
That does piss me off. A lot of that stuff does not
Did you want the window open, or are you okay today?
Maybe just crack it just a teeny tiny bit. See, it's still almost 60. It's supposed to go down to 37 tonight. So it's no wonder. Alright, where do we want to... we can take you up to there. We can have a bigger one. Why not? Okay. So they don't have to be teeny tiny. Now this one I'll probably separate out. Like, we can have some smaller ones. I just didn't want them all big or all small. Kind of wanted a decent variety. So the knocking noise, the cat's sitting on the windowsill scratching. And it sounds like somebody's knocking on our window. There was a whole bunch of strange sounding sirens earlier before we got started. And there was like a lot of them, and I was expecting them to go past the house, and they didn't. I don't know what was going on. They either turned at the corner by our house, because they were pretty loud, or they were just that loud and turned well before our house. Alright. So, let's see here. How do we want to do this? Go that way, maybe? Yeah. Hello? There you are. Lost my stabby stick. Alright. I was not expecting these segments to take this long. But I should have guessed. I was hoping we would have been starting the tail. I think we're going to start the tail first. So that way I don't fuck up the legs after getting them to where I want them to be with the color. I have had to go a little bit more slowly on our segments here, just to make sure that we are getting them attached. We do have a fair number on here. And we do have quite a lot of fluff and fiber. We are dabbing into now alright, so I think I want this to attach into here. So is anybody doing anything special tonight? Does anybody have any Christmas traditions? Do you have like a church tradition on Christmas Eve? If you're even celebrating Christmas. Do you do one gift on Christmas Eve and the rest on Christmas Day? Is it strictly no gifts until Christmas Day? Or are you somebody that puts your tree up on Christmas Eve? Because I know there are some people that only put it up on Christmas Eve. Do you have any parties you're going to? to drive around and look at Christmas lights. We used to drive around and look at Christmas lights, and then I could do one gift on Christmas Eve. Just making sure I didn't have any more fluff laying around. And then as I got older, and my parents had enough of, like, getting up at the butt-ass crack of dawn on Christmas Day, they're like, fuck it, we're just gonna let you do all of them on Christmas Eve so we can sleep. Now today, husband's trying to remake his cheesecake things from yesterday. We had these red plastic mixing bowls that we've used for a while, and when he made them, he baked them, and when he pulled them out of the oven, he noticed that there was red bits of our mixing bowl throughout his stuff. And he's like, are you fucking kidding me? So then he was mad, and then he's like, well, I can't eat these now, there's plastic in them, and he wasn't gonna remake them at all, and I'm like, no, go find some kind of bowl and replace them, or remake them, because you wanted them, my mom wanted them. I don't do cheesecake. It's not a taste that I'm a fan of. So honestly, I didn't care one way or another, but he was actually excited about it, so. And then that involved going in and replacing the mixing bowls, because we needed to get those replaced regardless, because we had stuff that we had to make today that we needed mixing bowls for, so. Like, we have coleslaw that has to get made, I have brownies I have to make, which is our dessert for tomorrow night's dinner. We're doing chocolate chip brownie sundaes. I feel like we're making a stained glass chungus with all of our little segment to you guys in here. Get a little bit of water. I'll try to get that to cooperate a little bit better. Alright, and we'll get that put into there. If you hear something faintly in the background, like other talking or like some kind of faint sounds or whatever, I don't know what this microphone's picking up and what it's not. Husband's watching something in the kitchen. While he's working on stuff out there. Plus I have to make dinner tonight. we usually did like kind of like Chinese on Christmas Eve, but we ended up having that last night because husband really didn't like what I was making, and I wanted him to be able to eat. And we could have had pizza tonight, but I know my mom isn't a huge fan of pizza. So I had some little burger sliders left that I had gotten from Sam's. I squished them down into like a smaller size smash burger because they go further doing it that way. So we're gonna do probably bacon cheeseburgers and fries tonight. So that way I'm sure he gets something hot for dinner. And then tomorrow we're having turkey and mashed potatoes and some kind of vegetable, and he's gonna make some stuffing, and we'll have some dinner rolls. I'm not doing the dinner rolls from scratch though. I haven't found a good recipe that's not like 20,000 steps, and I would have had to have made them today because the oven is going to be occupied and I'm not dealing with rising dough and all that nonsense of baking bread at the same time I'm cooking a turkey, and I don't have the room to bake it. At that point we only have the one oven. Alright. Oh, you know what, we could've just did that as one piece there, I suppose. Alright. So if we elongate you a little bit. And we'll work on getting that into place. As best as we can here. This section's a little bit easier to stab into for whatever reason. I know that's gonna be short, but I'll fix it in a second. It doesn't feel like Sunday, and it doesn't quite feel like Christmas Eve. I don't know, I was telling the husband, this year just didn't feel like Christmas. I don't know why. Too much stress. I don't know. Just doesn't feel like Christmas this year. I'm not really sure why. All right. So we will get that all stabbed in. So we've got a little piece here that didn't want to cooperate, it seems. Oh, stomach, it's too soon to be growling. Probably should have had some cereal. I forgot we had some. I got up and I was like, is there anything I can like shove in my face real quick to eat before we get started? And I was like kind of racking my brain. I'm like, no, I don't think I do. I forgot, I've got a couple boxes of cereal in the pantry. Just trying to get these little wispy guys attached in here. Okay. Staticky today. At least when I last checked, I didn't see any lightning in the area, but that might be later tonight. Excuse me. Because if it's gonna plummet from 60-some degrees to 37, that's gonna be quite some energy moving through. I would imagine. Alright, Chungus, I'm gonna have to put you down like this, just so we can try to get this put in here. We're almost done the segments, so got maybe 2 or 3 more. I'm like, oh, my neck's at a really awkward angle, and then I realized that the wire on these headphones is caught on the desk. Caught on my boobs and the desk. Big boobs are such a pain in the ass. Always in the way. Always getting caught on stuff. Can't lay out the stomach. Ugh. Fucking nuisance. Hurts her back. I'm always mystified by people that want big boobs. I'm like, why? Have you thought about this? Have you really thought about this? Alright. So I guess, yeah, that looks like a good spot. Alright, so we'll intersect those guys there. If my wireless finished charging, they're only supposed to take 3 hours, and they weren't fully out of charge. But if those guys end up finishing charging, I might switch over. Because this is getting on my nerves. Totally failed what I was trying to do there. Totally, completely. Okay. So, let's see here. I kind of see a natural line already in there. Just stumbled in here. Hello, Halcon. Or Halcyon, excuse me. We are making a Chungasaurus. And I know that doesn't mean anything. But, it's a creature that, came about when... Hi.
You're okay. Just checking
in. When the husband was going through a bad time, and I kind of invented him to try to get him out of that bad time. Sorry, my voice is not cooperating today. So it's part dinosaur, part turtle, part dog, and part cat. So we made him out of polyfill. He's kind of hard to see. There's his head. And there's his tail. The tail is kind of the dog part. The cat part is going to be cat ears that I'm going to attach when we get to that point. His base body here we made out of polyfill, stabbed all together with our needle felting tool. And now I'm going back in and adding excuse me, the color onto him with acrylic yarn. Now, it probably would have been easier to add the color to everything as I was making the pieces. However, it kind of wouldn't, because I wasn't sure if I was the right thickness or not. And we had to make some adjustments after we attached, and then I had to kind of reinforce the attachment points and stuff, so... It would have been a little bit easier, but at the same time, not really. So, we are making a Chungasaurus for the husband's Christmas present. It's obviously not going to be done in time, and he was okay with that. He said his gift was the lowest priority because we had other gifts that had to get made, and I got a late start this year because time kind of snuck up on me. So right now we're just doing these segments on the turtle shell. Of the Chungus. So cool, it's such a sweet story behind it. Sorry, I know you're busy and need to focus on what you're doing. How did you get started with needle felting? You crochet, but you've been fascinated with needle felting for a while. So, actually, I saw an art person on YouTube doing it. Who the hell was it? Oh, I'm gonna butcher her name. Mira Bayer? I probably completely butchered that. And I saw her doing it. She was like painting with it though. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. I really want to do that. And I didn't have the money to do it yet. So I kind of sat on it for a while, and I was like, you know what? I still really want to do it. And so one Christmas, I was like, you know what? This is what I want for Christmas. I want the stuff to do this. So I got like just a basic toolkit off of Amazon. I got some craft felt to needle felt my pictures onto, and I got a sample bag of well, I call it a sample bag. It was like a bag of like 50 some different colors, or maybe it was 100 different colors of little pouches of roving. Let me see, do I have any right here? Yeah. So like they came in like these little tiny floss sized bags of roving, this big bag of assorted colors. And I made a couple of little things, like little pictures and stuff, and I really liked it. And then I was looking into the cost of how much roving was going to be to get more of it to do larger projects, and I was like, wow, that's expensive. And there's not that many colors, and I was surprised. So I had seen that you could, oh, for fuck's sake, hold on. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I think the mother-in-law was knocking at our door. I think she went to the other door, because by the time I got up and looked outside, she wasn't there. Where the hell was I? Oh, yeah. So I saw how expensive the roving was, but then I saw that you could do it with acrylic yarn. So I just stuck my head out there, and I didn't see her. I don't know if she went to my mom's door or not, but somebody was knocking on our door while I was in the middle of explaining something.
Oh, sorry. You know how it is.
Yeah, I know. But I didn't want to get tied up in a huge conversation. But so I looked into doing the acrylic yarn, because I was like, you know what? Yarn, for the amount that you get and the color variety that you have at your disposal, is a lot more budget friendly for me than doing specifically roving. So that's what I did. I ended up getting some acrylic yarn, and you have to do a little bit of prep work with the acrylic yarn. You have to get a pet grooming brush or hand carders. Either one will do. And the pet grooming brush, it's like this, I think they call it either a slicker brush or a sticker brush. It's got all these little jagged ass teeth in it. That they have like little tiny like angles on them. This one does. And you like cut some lengths of yarn, and then you brush it out to brush the twist out of the yarn. So that's what I ended up going with. I still have that sample, not really sample, that assorted color of roving bag, but it came in assorted colors, so I realized, well, if I ran out of a color, I couldn't just reorder that color. So I had to like buy another sample set, and who knows what colors I was going to get in the next sample set. So that's why I decided to go with the acrylic yarn. I know there's dye lots with yarn and stuff, but for what I'm doing, it's not a huge deal. I don't normally do figurines. I normally do painting with the needle felting. We're in the middle of a series that we've been working on for quite a while, actually, where I follow along with Bob Ross painting tutorials, doing needle felting with it. Slicker brush, yeah. I like to flip letters around, and I'm never certain if I'm hearing the pronunciation right, so I couldn't remember if it was sticker or slicker. But yeah, slicker, okay. So, so yeah, we have a series that we were working on that we put on hold while we were working on Christmas gifts, where I've been working on following season 3 of the Bob Ross of Joy of Painting. We've been following that for over a year and a half now. This will probably be the second year of working on it. We're up to episode 10.
Okay, so do you want to go through the change now or after they get back? Because you've expressed your preference, but I wanted to double check.
What time are they getting back?
I don't know, hon.
Okay. This will be what, like 10 minutes?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So give me like 5 minutes, and then I'll be right there. So yeah, so we have that series. We were doing that on Sundays and Mondays for a while. We're up to episode 10. We haven't done episode 10 yet. I still have to do my test sketch for it. And that's what we're going to be picking back up on in January, I think. But I do have all of the live streams that we've done on here for the needle felting stuff archived on my YouTube channel. And same name as here, NiseyBGN. And there is a needle felting playlist. Should be Nisey Needle Felts. I can grab that link real quick. I should just have a doc with all of these links on it at the ready. I should, but do I? No, it's something I gotta put on my list to do. Alright, where are you? There you are. I was gonna say, you shouldn't be that far buried. I just added another part of this project to it from a live stream. So there's the link to that playlist. And I have a video on the front of it with me prepping the yarn. So fun. Some of your students are obsessed with Bob Ross. Maybe I'll put your stuff up during my free time. Yeah, so like I don't have, like I'm not doing his tutorial like full in real time. I do have it paused because this does take a little bit longer than paint. Not gonna lie. But at the end of each project, I've tried to go back and edit all of the live streams down into a speed felt where I cut out a lot of my talking and pauses and stuff, and I speed it up a bit. So like a 15, well, maybe 13-week project will get cut down into like an hour and a half or something. So yeah, so we've got that going on. And my Instagram and Kofi both have galleries on them of the other needle felted, like the needle felted Bob Ross stuff that we've done, like the finished projects. So I don't have any in front of me that I can pull out. They're all in the other room in a bin that I can't get to at the moment. So we do have that going. All right, Chungus, I need to set you up here. Oh no, that's the top of the screen. Okay. All right, Chungus, what am I gonna do with you? How about there we go. Now your head's kind of in the screen there. All right. So I will be back in about 10 minutes, maybe 15 tops. So bear with me. So if I don't do this now, I'm never going to hear the end of it. So just give me a few minutes. I'm going to put the puppy potty break up. Take this opportunity to stretch, get some snacks, maybe go potty yourselves. I will be back shortly. I am going to run an ad break right as I'm leaving. It's only going to be a 1 minute though. Just bear with me. I will be back in a few minutes. Alright, I am sorry. They took forever. I do apologize. Thank you for bearing with me. We had to do gifts with the mother-in-law and her sister real quick before they left to go up to her other sisters, because we didn't know what time they were getting back tonight. And his other aunts that they're going to is always sick with something, and we're like, we don't want to be sick for Christmas. We're doing this before you go. So thank you for bearing with me for a few minutes. More than a few minutes. I do apologize. It took longer than I thought it was going to. Alright, so we got our shell basically in place here. So now we are going to start to work on the body here. Let me get my needle put back together. I'd taken it apart because I didn't know how long this was going to take. Okay. So I was originally gonna make this pink. And he's like, no, I don't want a pink dinosaur. I was like, you don't want a flamingo pink dinosaur? He's like, no. I was like, alright, fucker, then go pick out whatever color you want. I was like, what color do you want? Then he goes, I don't know, green. Green's a dinosaur color. I'm like, yeah, but I don't have that many shades of green. And I need two contrasting colors. Like, I need a light shade and I need a dark shade. So, so he went with blue. I'm probably going to have to fluff more of this shade as we go. But we'll see how things go here. What's that?
This is a tire inflator.
Is it something that you have to charge, or is it is it a chargeable one, or do you have to have it plugged in?
I'm trying to find out. I don't think it is.
So you have to plug it in.
Yeah.
So it's not something we can really keep in the car. I mean, we could if we find an electrical outlet.
It has a plug for the car. Problem is,
our adapter doesn't work though anymore.
Yeah.
Because there's pennies in there or something that
there were, and it shorted it. I'm pretty sure it's just a pretty sure it's just a fuse somewhere, but I have no way of finding out because I can't afford to have someone find it, and I couldn't find it in the documentation where the fuck the fuse is.
Yeah, I really don't want to pay somebody like $500 to replace like a 5-cent part, so that we don't hardly ever use. Alright, so we are going to start to put in the color on our Chungasaurus tail here. So was that one like the other one where I have to put the hot water in it, or does it make it hot on its own?
I have no idea. I assume it doesn't make it hot on its own, because that would be super complex to do.
Some of them do. Like some of the Bissell ones did. They had like onboard heat.
Well, I don't think this one does that.
I just wasn't sure. I got a new rug shampooer. Ours died right around Thanksgiving. I think it was, or right before Thanksgiving, right around there somewhere. there was a gasket near where the hand attachment attached essentially, and apparently that broke and I didn't know it, so when I tried to use it without the hand attachment, all the water in the tank like gushed out uncontrollably everywhere. And I was like, this is an awful lot of water going down. I was like, what the hell's going on? And then I realized it was just pouring out. I was like, oh no. I realized like 2/3 of the tank of the water was gone. I'm like, what is happening? So, I'm sorry that took so long. Russell's like, okay, well, are we doing this now or when they come back? I'm like, I guess now. So I was like, I need 5 minutes. So I finished up my explanation and took 5 minutes and went into my mom's room. I'm like, where the fuck is everybody? Being an adult doesn't really hit you until you realize that you're excited for a new cleaning appliance. So I'm not sure if I'm really excited for it. But, because they're like, oh yeah, they got you a gift. And I said to the husband, I said, is this a me gift or is this a house gift? Because there is a difference. And he's like, it's for you. And he kind of hedged about it a little bit. And he wouldn't commit to us replacing it after Christmas. And I'm like, uh-huh. So I kind of expected something along those lines because I was upset and our dogs like destroy the one rug. It is a high trafficked rug. And the one kind of misses his puppy pad. I'd rather have it on a tile floor, but we don't have a tile floor. And the rug's shit anyway, and we have to replace it. We're eventually going to replace it with like those snap together fake wood plank stuff. But I really need to get the stains out of that rug, and so it was kind of a necessary gift. I'm just glad I'm going to be able to shampoo that rug like next week after we take the tree down and I clean that room really, really good. It really does need it, but I mean, it's kind of a necessary thing. Because the one dog, like, has terrible, terrible aim on his potty pad. It's like, it's not really like an indoor-outdoor rug, but it's like a really flat, high-traffic rug. The rug was already stained, so we're like, well, I guess we can put the potty pad here. But we found something that might work for the one dog that has been weird about the potty pads lately. The ones we used to get all the time that they liked to use, because they're small dogs. And sometimes they want to go in the middle of the night or when the weather is terrible here. So we tried to teach them to go on the potty pads if it's the middle of the night and we can't take them out or we're asleep or we're not home. Because for a while we worked overnights and we were both not here. And, you know, tiny dog bladders and all. And, you know, sometimes there's severe weather here. There's bad thunderstorms. There's, like, tornado watches and warnings. And it's like, it's great that you finally want to go potty right now, but it is lightning out, and we're not doing that. So, you can go on your potty pad. It's one of the nice things about the smaller dogs is that it's a little bit easier to deal with. But we found, like, a fake grass pea tray that the one might be more inclined to use. We haven't gotten it yet, but it's on our list of things to see about getting. Because it wasn't too terribly priced, and we think the one dog will have an easier time hitting that. We think the one slipped on the corner of the potty pad the one day, because they're old guys. They're old doggos. But, yeah. So it was kind of like a necessary thing that needed to be purchased that, like, Christmas was the excuse for getting it, and it was on sale, so. Kind of deal. But, the husband said, oh, Chungus, your neck. Husband said he got me a couple of small things. And we're gonna do our gifts with my mom later tonight. So we're gonna, when I stop to make dinner in a couple of hours, then, we're gonna have dinner. And then we're gonna do our normal game night with my mom to try to keep her entertained. And so she's not sitting there completely, you know, just with her TV. Because my dad passed away in February, so this is like the first Christmas without him. So we're trying to keep her slightly distracted, I guess. That's probably not going to work that well, but we're going to try. So we got a couple new board games that we picked up last minute. We might try to convince her to play one of them. And then we'll probably end up doing gifts. Because tomorrow my ass has to cook. So we're not doing... I know there's on the schedule that I'm supposed to stream tomorrow, but we're not actually streaming tomorrow. Because I'm going to be busy making Christmas dinner. Husband got a tire, like a car tire air pump. So that's what we were talking about a minute ago, but our power adapter on our car doesn't work. We got like change somehow down in where the power adapter went, and by the time we managed to dig it out, it apparently had shorted something because now it doesn't work. So it's something that I guess we're gonna have to plug in to an outlet to use. But I mean, it saves us from having to find a gas station with a free air pump, I suppose, if we know that we need to top off the tires before we head out somewhere. Because our car's not that good. I mean, it's alright. It does the job. But it is a 2013 car, so it's got some miles on it. I mean, they're not the original tires for sure. We've replaced them a few times. We actually need to investigate the tire situation a little bit further because our tire sensor light is on. Sometimes it flashes, sometimes it's just a steady on, and we're like, tire sensor, we've replaced 2 of these tires, and the other 2 tires they said didn't like need to be replaced just yet, so we kind of held off, and the tire sensor's still lit. So we're like, tire sensor, what is your deal? So we think the sensor might need to be replaced or something. We're not really sure what its deal is. So I did get some yarn for Christmas. I picked that out. That was a whole huge fiasco. Oh my god. Holy shit. So, I'd gotten a few things from Walmart. I'd gotten, my mom let us pick out our stuff because the husband and I are a little weird about, like, clothing textures and things. Husband suffers from severe anxiety and depression and is also on the autistic spectrum. We believe I might be, but nothing officially. We're not sure about me. But I'm real weird with clothing textures. I can't just, you know, if the neckline's too high, I feel like I'm being strangled. If it's not the right softness, it's too scratchy. So, or it's too tight, you know, like I have to touch the stuff before I can like be like okay with it before it's purchased. And we finally convinced my mom to just let us pick out clothing, to stop buying me clothes, because she kept buying me everything that she liked, and it was stuff that I couldn't tolerate. sensory wise. So we went to Walmart. I picked out, like, I got some socks and a new like cardigan to wear around the house, because I mostly wear like tank tops and like thin t-shirts, and it's in winter, it does get cold here at times. So I mean, last winter we had a stretch where we were in like negative, like 20 below wind chills and stuff. So I've got another sweater to throw on over top of that to wear around the house. What the hell else did I pick out? I had a small watercolor pad for the gouache paint that somebody got me off my Amazon wish list. And, silly question, but is it cold where you are? My sensor always used to turn on. Yeah, like the tire pressure in the car car tires will go down when it gets a little bit colder, because, you know, expansion and stuff. And we do try to stay on top of that. We're in Arkansas. We're in northwest Arkansas. So we live outside of Fayetteville. But it can get cold here. It's weird. Like, you can have like 3 different temperatures in one day. So it's kind of annoying, actually. But yeah, what else did I get? I didn't get that many art supplies this time. I still had some canvases. Oh, I got like some erasers. And I don't remember what else I got. I got something that I was like, I kind of want this, and I kind of need it, and it's kind of cheap. I don't remember what it was. But as bills got paid, she's like, here's like 50 more bucks for each of you to pick something out. So I saw Joann's was having a yarn sale, like the Big Twist yarn, which is their house brand. It comes in like skeins this size, Big Twist value. That was on sale. It was originally $4.99. It was on sale for 40% off. It was almost 50% off. It was pretty close. So I was like, sweet. So I ordered like 50 bucks worth of yarn, because there was a coupon for like $3.99 shipping. I'm like, cool. I was like, now I've ordered from Joann's before and not had a great experience with their website. I ordered some birdhouses at one point, like unfinished ones to paint, and 2 of them arrived broken with like pieces chipped off of them, and I'm like, really? Rattling around in the box. I'm like, great. And then I had ordered yarn previously from there, and it came in like 5 different shipments, and I'm like, there was like one box that had 2 colors, one box had 3 colors, and this one had like 5 colors, and they like came from all over the place. And I'm just like, really? It was just annoying that I didn't get them all in one shipment, and I was like, I'm gonna give them one more shot, because this yarn price is too good to pass up. Too good to pass up. For the amount of yarn that it was. Because my other brand that I was buying from Lovecrafts, excuse me, the paint box yarn wasn't on sale. That was $4.99, and the skein was like half the size of the one I just showed. So I was like, well, this is a really good price. So, against my better judgment, I went and got it from there. I don't think I'm going to be ordering from there anymore, because I ordered it on the 7th, and within a couple of, like, after I placed the order, there was a message that popped up that said, oh, due to high volume, an unexpected high number of orders or something, give us a little extra time to process orders. And I was like, it's the Christmas season, and you didn't bring on enough people to handle this? Like, what? And I was like, okay, but like how much extra time are we talking here? And so I was just like, okay, well, probably within a couple of days my order was being processed. And I'm like, okay, cool. And Hobby has some good yarn sales sometimes, but shipping takes forever. And you've never had anything come in one shipment. Yeah, I'm trying to find someplace else that's like consistent to order from. You're pretty sure they're on the verge of declaring bankruptcy. You think they've been downgraded to penny stock status? Oh my god. So that explains a lot, actually. So the order was being processed. I'm like, cool, and then it was shipped, and I'm like, okay, awesome, because it's coming from a distribution center nearby. You okay?
Yeah, I half heard the penny stock comment,
Well,
and I couldn't figure out what you're talking about, so I had to read real quick.
Oh, Joanne's.
No, I'm not surprised.
That explains a lot, actually.
Yes, it does.
It really does.
Sadly enough.
And I was like, okay, and then it said part of your order has shipped. And I was like, huh? But they had just created the shipping label. It hadn't actually left their facility. And it sat in their facility for almost 24 hours before it got picked up by FedEx. And I was like, really? Like, okay, I guess they just missed a truck picking up, maybe? I don't know. This is weird. Because, you know, you would think a big chain like this, they'd be a little bit more on the ball with getting their shit out and stuff. And I was like, okay. I mean, I guess my expectations were just not in the right place, I suppose. And apparently I saw, oh, it's coming from Joplin, Missouri. That's like 2.5, 3 hours from here. Cool. I got it within like 3 days, 4 days. I was like, sweet. But then I realized this isn't all my yarn. There was still like 5 or 6 things of yarn. What you looking for?
Oh, I was grabbing the HDMI cable for tonight.
I thought you put it in the bag hanging from...
No. This is all perfect.
Oh, okay. Husband's digging through his stuff.
Yeah, sorry about the noise.
And I'm like, well, where's the rest of my yarn? And I'm like, I understand that it says, you know, longer processing times due to high volume of orders, but you've already touched my order once. Like, what is happening? What is this?
Also, you know, it's holiday season and you're a global retailer, so maybe you should have been ready for high volumes when you did your sale.
Yeah, like, I was kind of PO'd about that, and I didn't understand what was happening, and I actually went back on the website 3 different times and looked up each color that I had picked out, and all but one I think was available in my local store. I'm like, I could have just gone and picked this up. And so it wasn't like it was out of stock in the warehouse, and I was like, according to the website, because it showed you how many they had if the number was accurate. And I'm like, what the hell? So a week goes by, ordered it on the 7th. Well, no, I think on the 13th I was getting kind of antsy because it still said it was processing the rest of my order. Didn't get an update email. You know, I'm like, hello? Did my order like fall off a conveyor belt or something? Like, what happened? Is it just like floating around in a warehouse? Did somebody go on vacation and didn't like finish out the order? What is going on? I've worked retail. I know things. And I've seen some things. So I was getting kind of mad. So I emailed them and I'm like, hey, can I get an update on my order status? You've already processed part of my order. Part of it still says it's processing. Like, what the hell? And I was like, can I get like an update on what's going on? You know, something? Nothing. Oh no, I got a cheeky response back that really pissed me off. And it's like, oh, well, this is just a quick note to let you know that we're receiving higher volume of emails, and while we're working on crafting your response, which is going to take a little bit longer due to the amount of emails we have to go through, why don't you check out our help center? And I'm like, crafting, craft store. I'm not appreciating the pun right now when I really want my yarn, and I really need my yarn.
But honey, such a personal and amusing reply indicates that this giant monolith of a corporation is actually a person and understands your trials.
Well, see, here's the thing. I thought it was an actual person.
I could have told you that.
well, I thought, well, maybe it was a person. Then I was like, well, no, maybe it was an automated response. So I waited and waited and waited. And the 17th rolled around, and I still hadn't heard back about my email or about my order. It still said, still processing. And I was like, what the fuck? I was losing my ever-loving mind, and I had a migraine the next day. And in the throes of my migraine, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to the Better Business Bureau website and just see what their rating is. They're not even rated on the Better Business Bureau. But they had complaints. Oh my god. I was not expecting what I saw. There was at least 36 pages of complaints that people had filed with the BBB and about the same shit I was experiencing. And I was like, oh damn. And I was like, really? So then I started to think, you know, I don't know if I'm ever gonna see the rest of this yarn. And yeah, I get all sorts of upset when I get a migraine. And I was just like, I'm never gonna see the rest of this yarn. I'm just not. Did you finish doing everything?
Yeah.
You made the coleslaw and...
Oh, no, I haven't. I'll make that tonight.
Okay.
I didn't make the cookies. I don't have it in me right now.
Okay, what about the brownie?
I didn't know I was making that before dinner. I assume prep for tomorrow would happen after dinner.
Okay, we've got a lot going on after dinner, so I didn't know if you were going to do any of it before dinner.
I'm going to do it after holiday stuff is done. Okay. Because I'll still be awake.
I was going to say, we're going to have a late night tonight.
To reset while I install stuff, so.
Oh, right. He got a solid state hard drive for his computer for Christmas. And a new keyboard that we'll see if it's just as clacky as this one. Because whenever you hear...
good old clacky clack will go away for a bit.
We don't know that. Because the way our desks are set up, even when it was set up the other way, my microphone picked up his mechanical keyboard from across the room.
But I like clacky clack.
I know you like clacky clack. But, so I was just like, oh my god. And apparently these complaints were going back to, like, before Thanksgiving. And I was like, wow. That's something. That is something. And, so then I was like, I'm never gonna see this yarn. And so I was like, you know what? I'm not getting any response from my email. I actually replied to that email a couple days later. I was like, hello? And then I sent another one. I was like, I'm gonna give them one more shot before I file a complaint with the Better Business Bureau, because apparently some people have been getting resolutions by doing this. Or at least been getting a response. Which is more than I can say I've gotten right now. Like, I want to know if I'm getting the rest of my yarn or if I'm not. Because my mom's bank account was in flux. Like, she had deducted the full amount, but Joann's was charging as the amount was shipped. So she technically had this X number of dollars that was still there that wasn't supposed to be there. Kind of thing. So, I was
Which
just
is
like,
kind of BS in the modern world where digital banking can do everything immediately.
So
it's not like they have the excuse of actually processing a paper check or something.
Yeah, like they put a hold on the account for the full amount when the purchase was made, and then when they go to ship it, they remove the hold for the full amount and then charge you for what has shipped. And I'm like, okay, so then I was worried because her account was not entirely correct, and she gets mad and upset when her shit's not entirely correct, which, you know, understandable. So So it was just a whole huge thing. And when I saw all of the complaints, I was like, oh, Jesus. So I was like, you know what? Let me DM them. They're on Twitter. Because there was no customer phone number to contact that I could find. So it's not like I could just sit on hold for like 45 minutes trying to get an answer out of somebody to at least, you know, let me know if it's even going to arrive in time for Christmas or if I'm getting it at all. Because at this point, I was almost just wanted the stress of it being canceled and not have to worry about it. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, when I saw all those complaints and it was like the same stuff, same exact thing that I was having going on. I'm like, Joann's, do better. Like, you're a fucking nationwide chain here, just about. Or you should be. Like, do better. Like, what the hell? If you're gonna allow or offer ordering off of your website, this is a fucking hot mess. And I tried to DM their Twitter account. Except, apparently, I had to be a Twitter subscriber, which meant I had to have a paid Twitter account in order to DM them. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm not paying for this hot mess of Twitter. I never had to pay for it before. I am not paying for it now. I'm broke. Like, I have no money to spare on this for social media bullshit. I need to put food on the table and keep, you know, bills paid and all. It's like, that's not happening. I was like, you guys can go fuck yourselves. And so I was like, alright, well, I guess I can't DM them now. So I tagged them in a tweet where I was like, I don't think I'm getting my yarn. Nobody will get back to me. I'm really upset. And like, this is the third time I've had ordering problems from them. Every time, all 3 times I've ordered, I had a problem. And I was just like, you know what? Well, lo and behold, I went to bed. And I was like, you know what? I said to the husband, I was like, I'm probably going to file a complaint with the Better Business Bureau in like a couple of days if I don't get it or hear anything back. I'm going to give it like a couple more days. He goes, just file it now. I was like, yeah, but my head hurts too much to fill out the paperwork right now. Maybe I'll deal with it tomorrow if my migraine lets up a bit. He's like, all right. So I get up and I have an email. Speaking of businesses being run into the ground, yeah. I had an email, and it was from Joann's. The rest of my order shipped, and I'm like, oh, really? This was December 21st. And this was a Christmas gift that was ordered December 7th, and I'm like, okay. I probably wouldn't have been as frustrated if they had put up a thing that, you know, orders on this date and after aren't guaranteed for Christmas or something. I probably would have been a little less pissy, but there was no such message anywhere. And I didn't even see there was no pop-up about the high volume order and longer processing time until after the order was placed, which was also bullshit. That should have been on the front page so that people could make up their mind if they really wanted to order the thing or if it mattered, you know, if they need it. Because a lot of people were pissed because they were ordering stuff that they needed to finish Christmas gifts. And I felt really bad for those people. I was like, oh, damn. And, they said my order shipped. And I'm like, oh, really? You guys knew I was going to file a complaint. So, I'm like, okay. And I click on the tracker, and the shipping label had been made at, like, almost 1 a.m. in Ohio. And I was like, what? Why are we now in Ohio? I was like, oh, okay. So the Joplin Distribution Center apparently didn't have these colors of yarn. I guess. Or maybe they were waiting for a color of yarn to get pulled from the store and brought into the distribution center to go back out. I don't know. I have a real big pet peeve when people don't communicate what's going on. And it's one thing I hated about working retail. Like, you couldn't really Like, if you told people, look, this is how it is, then they're going to be in your face. So, you know, you kind of had to song and dance and sort of tell them partially what they wanted to hear. Just to keep them from, like, freaking the fuck out, but also gently saying, well, I mean, you know, yada, yada, yada. And I was like, okay. It was 7 a.m. when I had seen this email. I was like, it's still sitting in the distribution center at 7 a.m.? Like, there wasn't a FedEx truck at, like, 4 or 5 a.m. doing pickup from overnight orders or anything. I kept checking back on that tracking number all day. Do you know when it finally said that it had been picked up or arrived at the carrier facility? 7:30 that night. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And I'm like... So then I'm on, like, Google Maps trying to see how far it is hour-wise between me and them. And I'm like, it's probably not going to go straight line to my area. It's probably going to go somewhere else. And I'm, like, trying to see, and I'm trying to time it out. I'm like, well, I still might get it. Fortunately, it went to Kansas City, Missouri from Ohio. And then we have a FedEx hub about an hour from us, roughly. So I did get it, like, was it the 23rd, I think, or the 22nd? I think I got it on the 23rd. But the thing that then pissed me off with FedEx is that when I was checking back and after they had it in their possession and it was at their facility, they weren't giving me a delivery date. Like, it was just a bad time all the way around. I'm like, what do you mean you don't have an estimated delivery date? What do you mean? And I'm like, I've never had anybody not give me an estimated delivery date. Like, is it just gonna sit in your facility till after Christmas? Like, what is happening? That whole order was just cursed. So yeah, I need to find someplace else to order yarn from. I might try Michael's next time. They're a little expensive though. But I've never ordered from them, so I don't know what ordering from them is like. And I thought about Hobby, but I wasn't sure. And Hobby Lobby's yarn is not... Their sale prices aren't that great. I mean, I loved ordering from Lovecrafts. I loved it. It was a great experience. It's just... the stuff wasn't on sale when I went to buy it. And I was like, I don't really want to buy this full price because it's a small thing of yarn. It was horrible. It was just horrible. Now, I've worked retail, like I said. I worked for the craft industry years ago in my 20s. I worked for AC Moore before they went under. Ordering from Michael's isn't bad. Not a fan of Hobby. They took forever too. Yeah, I've never ordered from Hobby. I think Hirschner's isn't bad either if they have what you want. I've not ordered from Hirschner's. I think one place I was looking at, but then I wasn't sure if it was a UK company or if it was a US company or if they had US distribution the way I was looking at it. Because I was like, what? I was confused because I was looking at it on my Kindle, and my Kindle's not the greatest for looking at websites sometimes, so I wasn't really sure that I was on a US site that I could order from, that I would get stuff from in a somewhat timely manner. But no, I loved ordering from Lovecrafts. They were pretty quick. Everything came in one shipment. It was great. But when it's not on sale, it's a little expensive, and they've been raising the price on paint box yarn pretty steadily since I first started ordering from there. And I'm like, and that was one of their cheaper yarns at first. Like, I don't need high-end yarn for this. I really don't. I need something fluffy and colorful that's gonna get the job done. Like, so, I mean, I worked for AC Moore. I was a merchandiser for Kids Crafts for 3.5 years. I did, or maybe 3 years. I did half a year as a floral merchandiser. And then I did 3 years front-end supervisor. I would have much rather merchandised. Front-end supervisor was a nightmare. Do you not want? If I thought people were... the general public were a piece of work when I was a merchandiser, oh buddy. It was 10 times worse working front-end non-stop. I mean, I still had to run register when I was a merchandiser, but I wasn't up there my entire shift. Well, some days I was, because I was first call, and then I got bitched at because my stuff wasn't done on the floor, and I'm like, have you not been hearing them call me? I've been on register all day. Make up your mind. Either you want me on register or you want me to do this stuff. You're not getting both. I can't be in both places at once. You need to pick one. I was like one of the first people in, and I was like one of the last people that got to go to lunch because the other people had to go to their lunch at a specific time, and I'm like, I need to eat. I've been here since like 8:30, 8 o'clock. I need to eat. It is 1 p.m. Haven't eaten anything. Black Friday weekend sucked. You miss AC Moore? Yeah, I was surprised that they went... I was kind of surprised they went bankrupt, but also not really. One of the owners' many kids was the office manager for the location I was at. I worked at their, at the poster child store. The showcase store for the chain. We always had vendor shows coming in. It was the store that they brought all the vendors from when they did the conventions in Atlantic City in. They'd bust them over, let them walk around the store. And we would be doing special demos on those days, and we were apparently the poster child for the chain because the owner lived like 15 minutes from the store, and we never knew when he was just gonna walk in. So we always had to be on point. We couldn't ever just be standing at the register. If we didn't have a line, we had to be cleaning the counters, we had to be sweeping out the registers, we had to be straightening the front, we had to be sorting returns. We could never just have a moment to breathe. Like, it was rather stressful in that particular location. But I had worked in the Egg Harbor Township English Creek location. Up in New Jersey. That's where I'm originally from. And, I mean, the prices weren't bad. I liked it there. I liked the job. I didn't necessarily enjoy all of my coworkers, though. Kind of thing. Some days I liked the job. Some days I was just like, this place can go fuck itself. But, I'm sure most jobs have those days, too. But, Christmas was a nightmare. Well, entire fourth quarter was a nightmare. Because everything was covered in glitter. I could just stand there and, like, shake my shirt and it would look like it was snowing from all of the glitter falling out of it. Black Friday weekends were crazy. Because we had to work, I had to work 14-hour shifts. they would pull me in early on Fridays because I worked closing. And then we were open till 10. And I think the store opened at, I kind of want to say 6 a.m., but I think it was 7. I'm thinking I'm misremembering the 6 a.m. But, like, the owner loved that place. His wife and the kids worked in the warehouse. A lot of the kids worked in the warehouse. I had the one daughter was the office manager for our location. His wife was always traveling to China and stuff to purchase flowers for the store from vendors and things. But he had picked somebody, because he was getting on in age, to run the company when he retired. And he was training him, teaching him how the company was supposed to be run and stuff, and how things worked, and, you know, how things went. This is how we're doing things. This is how things are functioning. You know, business models and all that. And so much of the family was integrated into the running of the store and the warehouse, the main warehouse, in Blackwood. And, it was, like, the entire family was involved. Like, kids, the kids' spouses, the kids' kids as they were getting old enough to come in to the company, you know. Well, when he retired, I had left before he retired because I needed benefits and they weren't being offered. So I went to work at the casinos in Atlantic City because my dad's casino had an opening in his same department. We couldn't work on the same shift, but we could be in the same department. And at that point, I was like, well, I need the benefits. I can't, like, not have the benefits at this point. And I was just getting too stressed out running front end because I was fucking doormat. Because I didn't have any other options and I needed the money, even though it wasn't great. I think I was making $9.50 an hour. Sorry, I had to think about it. Being head front end supervisor. I was also a manager trainer for a register because our store was a training store for the assistant managers coming through the chain that were being hired. So I had to train them on how to do front end, like regular register, and then customer service aspects like returns, purchase orders, and that sort of thing. And like tax exempt and all that shit. So that was a lot, especially when I was told I was the only one that was allowed to train them after a while. And I was like, oh, do I get a raise? No. Okay. But I also did cash office on the weekends where I had to do deposits for armored car and stuff. But so it really wasn't, it really should have been like a $14, $15 an hour job for all the shit they had me doing. And considering some days, some nights, depending on what assistant manager was on, I was basically making assistant manager decisions. I'm like, I'm not comfortable with this. This is above my pay grade, but I couldn't find the assistant manager. They weren't answering my pages. So then I was like, I guess we can take this back, but it's going to be at 40% off. Because you don't have a receipt. It's open. And I'm not sure everything's here. And I can't prove that you bought it from us. But, yeah, when I was like, shit, I forget how old I was when I left there. I was maybe mid-20s. But, so when I left before the owner retired, and apparently after I left, he did retire, and the new guy that he had shadowing him for over a year to teach him, you know, how to run the company and stuff, decided that he was gonna fire every single family member. I think he started with demoting some and pushing them out into store level. Like our office manager, who was one of the daughters, her husband was my location store manager for a while, and then he got promoted to district manager, which we were all absolutely tickled pink about because he had fucking anger management issues, and all of us were so severely on edge and probably had PTSD from working with him because we never knew when he was gonna fly off the handle. Like, if a delivery didn't show up, that he had us try it a second day. I kid you not, we had a vendor show. Used to work at Bath and Body Works, and you had minor glitter apocalypses, but yeah, you know, like, all of the fake flowers were covered in glitter, all of the seasonal shit was covered in glitter. I had it in my hair, it was in my clothing, like, I was finding it in my house, everywhere. It was horrible. I'm sure I ate my fair share of glitter too. But we had a vendor show, and he's like, no holes. We can have no holes on the shelves. Everything has to be in. Everything has to be full. We have to be on point. We have to look beautiful. And, well, some of the companies weren't allowing us to 2-day ship. And other companies were like, well, we need some kind of manager approval. Somebody had to put the manager on the line and give his approval, and or fax them an approval. And some companies were just notoriously slow shippers, so we would have to order extra, like an apocalyptic amount of extra. I remember one year when I was merchandising, I think it might have been my first year, I was merchandising kids crafts. One of the colors of craft felt we ran out of in stock, and apparently it was like the one color you could see from the main aisle looking straight down at the back wall, and he was furious about it. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? The company's out of it. They're not sending it to me. I've ordered and ordered and ordered, and they're still not sending it to me. They're saying it's out of stock. I don't know what you want me to do. There's literally nothing I can do. Unless you go buy it from somebody else and we price it and throw it on the shelf. There's nothing I can do. Or I can, like, temporarily double up a color and put, like, a note down there that X color is supposed to be here, like on a little sticky tab that I flip upside down or whatever, so that I know what's supposed to go there. The next year, when we were getting ready and doing ad planning for Christmas, since this company out on the West Coast was so bad and so slow at shipping, that we got the craft felt from. He goes, all right, look, we're going to sit down, and we looked at the sales from the previous year and the year before that on these particular colors. I kid you not, we had such a large craft felt order in the holiday colors. I could not get rid of it. For some reason, that next year, it didn't sell. I think craft foam came out, and that was all the rage then, and we got that from a more reliable, faster supplier that, like, came through a different company. And for the rest of the time that I was merchandising there was just bags and bags and bags of craft felt in hunter green and Christmas red and cream and white. Like, I didn't have to order those colors again while I was still merchandising that department. It was wild. I'm like, well, this fucking backfired. So, like, and it shipped in boxes that were like up to my shoulders or like my chest, and I'm like 5'3"-ish. So I was practically falling into the box trying to get everything out. I had to pick the box up and dump it on the floor to get all of the shit out of the boxes. I was like, this is a little much. But, so yeah, he pushed everybody out of the warehouse and pushed them back into store positions if he was able to. That sounds legit. I get the same crap. But the spot the next day, the spot next to it is always empty. Yeah, like, what? And, I'm like, right, sure. Great. Oh, so the, this particular manager that became a district manager, and we were all so excited when he left the store, we could all actually, you know, breathe. And, we had this vendor show, and, during our meeting that morning, UPS or FedEx had arrived, so one of the assistant managers was in the stockroom unloading the truck, and he was anxiously awaiting to hear that, this delivery had come of these stupid pot perchers. They were these like little figurines that you'd put on the lip of a clay pot. They could be like animals or fairies or, you know, that kind of stuff, like deer or crabs or little birds or whatever, like little ceramic stuff. Some of them very, very fragile, especially the ones that were the hummingbirds that had the teeny tiny pointy beaks that liked to break off. And sometimes if they fell, the feet would break off, which is where the connection point was for the little U-shaped, upside down U-shaped thing that would let it sit on the rim of the pot. Well, this table was on a main aisle. The vendors were coming that morning around, you know, probably around 10 o'clock after they got done dicking around the convention center. They were going to start showing up. The store opened at 9 o'clock. Our meeting was starting to wrap up, and one of the assistant managers got on the PA and said, X company isn't here. Oh, that was not the thing to say. As we finished the meeting, he stormed off down the main aisle just as the doors were opening, saw the table display in that main aisle of these things, got extremely pissed off, took his arm out, and dude had some thick ass arms. You have to go walk a fur beast, but good luck with your Chungasaurus. Thank you for hanging out and stopping in. Greatly appreciate that. And you have a good holiday. And give the pupper some love. He took his thick ass, like, bodybuilder arm, walked past the table, and went BAM! And knocked half of the shit off of the table on all of the clay pots and all of the little figurines, and they smashed onto the floor. And all of us that were walking behind him froze and, like, audibly inhaled, and we're like, ugh. And we're like, well, that was a fucking stupid idea, because now we have even less because half the display just broke. Like, what the fuck was that supposed to serve? Like, so we're, like, all, like, losing our minds. There's, like, 5 of us scrambling, hands shaking, all trying to grab all of the bits of these figurines up off the floor, try to put the display back together in some way, shape, or form. I think the lady whose department it was, she was almost in tears. And she was, like, scrambling to pull some from the aisle just to try to get the table back to the presentation that it was. And, oh, it was horrible. The one lady that I worked with that was there forever before I even worked there, I think she came from not so great of a relationship situation at one point. And I don't have any proof of this. It's just my own observation, because apparently she was in our office. And if the door is closed to our office, that's never a good sign. Oh yeah, we were all of us that were walking behind him that saw him do it, we were like, oh my god. We're like, this is the way the day is gonna go. It was just 9 o'clock in the morning. And we were all there till 5 o'clock, and we're like, oh my god. Like, we were all like PTSD, fucking anxiety, panic attack meltdowns, and we're like, oh my god, this is the way the day is gonna be, oh my god. We were not amused, we were not happy. I think all of us just wanted to go and clock out and go the fuck home at that point, because we're like, no, we're not doing this today. And the only reason I think that the other lady came from a troubled relationship status is when the office door was closed, I think he was on a conference call with the other store managers and the owner or something at that point. He usually went in the back inner office when they were on the store conference calls. But apparently he wasn't. He was on the outer office, and the door was shut. So I don't know if customers just kept ducking their head in. Like, we never knew when the office door was shut if we could go in. Like, we were all terrified to go in the office if the door was shut, because we didn't know why it was shut, because it was always usually open. If it was open, it's like, okay, we can go in, we can grab what we need. So we didn't know if the customers were just like ducking their heads in and bugging them about stupid shit and asking them where stuff was, or if there was something going on. And we all knew if something was going on, we don't go in the office. Like, we would purposely find one of the assistants and we're like, hey, I need a Telzon, which was our little, our trackers, our ordering guns. And we only had like 5 of them, and the extra battery charger was in there too. And we're like, hey, why is the office door shut? And they're like, I don't know. I was like, well, I'm afraid to go in there because I don't know why the office door is shut. I need you to get me a tracker. Like, I need an order gun, like, now, because this order has to be done by a certain time so that the orders can get sent to the warehouse so that they can get processed. And I'm not going in there because I don't know what the fuck's going on, and you're least likely to get murdered if you go in there. So you go in there, and can you hand it to me, please? Or can you at least, like, check out the situation to see if I can grab the thing? I also need to print some signs. Can we find out, like when the door was shut, we never knew if we could go in there. And if we're setting up displays and shit, that's where the computer was and our printers. And it's like, if we went in there at the wrong time, oh, buddy, like, he didn't want anybody in there when certain stuff was going on. And I'm like, look, you want this display done, right? So I need to print my labels. The label printer's in here. I need to sign it. The sign, the computer to make the signs is in here. Like, you need to make up your motherfucking mind. So either you want me to do the thing or you don't want me to do the thing. And, you know, you don't want me to leave with it half finished, and I'm gonna hear about it if I leave it half finished, but then you don't want anybody in the office, so how the fuck am I supposed to finish it? So, she was in there the one day, and he was on the phone. And we had, like, the big-ass office phones that, you know, had, like, 6 hold lines and, you know, had intercom, PA abilities, you know. They weren't just, like, your standard portable house phone. They had some heft to them. They had a base on them. I mean, they weren't super heavy, but, you know, you could hurt somebody if you threw it at them. She was in there doing something on the computer. I think she might have been printing signs or printing labels or something, or going to collect her labels that she printed. Oh, hey, Zorts.
Hey, Zorts.
Thanks for the bitty bits. Happy non-Zortsmas. Appreciate that. And she came out of the office shaking. And I think one of us was about to walk in there, one or two of us. She's like, don't go in there. And we're like, huh? She's like, don't go in there. And she was like all sorts of shaky, and you could see something was wrong. And we're like, what's the matter? she's like, it's not a good time to go in there. And we're like, what's going on? She goes, I don't know what the hell's going on. She goes, but he was on a call and something happened and he didn't like the way the call was going, or something wasn't going his way or on the call or something, and he picked up one of the office phones and threw it across the office and it slammed into the wall. She's like, don't go in there right now. I was like, oh my god. I was like, okay. I was like, well, I need to do the thing, so somebody needs to go in there and do it for me then. She's like, just give it a minute. We were not fans of him, but there was nothing we could do because he was the office manager's husband, who was one of the owner's daughters, and it's kind of hard to make a complaint to HR about a family member. Did somebody knock?
No, that was me moving, sorry.
Okay. So that was always Jeebusville. You had one dude a few weeks ago smash his head against metal and split it open because he didn't like someone's music. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, I need someone to logic that out for me. How do you get from point A, boy, this music sucks, to point B, ow, my head hurts?
That's a hell of a reaction there, boss. Super unhinged? Yeah.
Oh, obviously.
That might be an understatement.
Thank you, boss. I could not figure that part out. My confusion has vanished.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, so apparently dude pushed all of the family out of the warehouse and then started firing them. And, well, apparently the owner's daughter in my previous store location was pissed and decided to leave and took, if not all, then like 2/3 of the day staff with her. And she opened up like a hair tchotchke accessory thing, kind of like Claire's, next door to the craft store. Except that didn't last, and that ended up going under not too long after. So then they were all out of jobs. And I was just like, wow. I don't know whatever happened to her. But all I can say is that store was definitely... That chain was definitely making some money. He hits his head all the time. This time we need to call the ambulance. You know, your fucking management should just tell him, look, dude, HR said you have to wear a helmet now because you can't seem to stop injuring yourself in your cranial region. So you now are being required to wear a helmet for insurance purposes. Jesus Christ. But, like, I know the store was making money because, like, at least the store on the whole, the chain, because they were expanding, because it used to be just, like, up in Jersey, and then they were expanding out to Philly, and then they eventually even had a store up in Maine. And I think they had gotten as far as Georgia. There was talk that they were going to be opening a store in Florida. And I don't know if the store in Florida ever opened. But the owner's daughter had 7 kids? Maybe 8? I think 3 or 4. A few were from a previous marriage. She had 2 live-in nannies. I don't know what the salary for district manager was, but it had to be something. Because they had a huge house in one of on one of the expensive barrier islands. Like 3 or 4 story house. Because they had one of the Christmas parties or something at their house the one year. Other years our company Christmas parties were at like country clubs or whatever. There would be open bar for a little while. It was always catered. Now I'm sure that was the store paying for it and not them, but they were constantly writing off food and stuff for us. I guess they found a way to keep us from bitching too much, was to feed us. You knew it was going to be a bad day if they ordered food in for us. You knew. Like not necessarily like we were going to be treated badly, but bad as in busy and total chaos. Because they didn't want us to leave on our lunch. We only had a half an hour lunch. But they were afraid that we weren't going to be back in time. So they would fucking feed us to try to keep us from leaving. The one year I was on the inventory team, I actually didn't mind doing inventory in the stockroom. I didn't mind that. Because it got us off the floor. And we didn't have to deal with stupid people. It was dark and it was dirty, but I actually liked inventory. Because they catered Chipotle yesterday, but only after our shift was done. Of course, I would have been staying. I've been like, if the food got there right as I was leaving, I would have eaten before I left. But they, during inventory, if you, oh hey, that was my finger. That was my own fault. Like they would order breakfast in for us because inventory team had to be there at like 6 a.m. I think 6:30 a.m. for the stockroom. The one year I was on it, we got there and it was pitch blackout, and when we left it was pitch blackout. So they would like be getting us bagels from the one sub shop in our shopping center. I forget what they were called. They would be open for breakfast. Might have been Atlantic City Subs in their EHT location. I can't remember. I don't remember. It might not have been them. It might have been something else. But they didn't do pizza in that location. They mostly did subs and sandwiches and stuff. But they were open for breakfast. So they would order us all bagels. They'd ask us what we wanted. And as soon as they opened, they would get the bagel order and stuff, and then we would work in the stockroom filling out count sheets by hand and counting stuff, like, and it was a whole huge process. Like, you'd be in, like, you'd have a buddy, and then you two would be assigned like specific aisles in the stockroom. And our stockroom wasn't exactly up to OSHA coding. So, like, the trucks had to be unloaded in front of the store. I'm not kidding. All of our warehouse trucks had to be unloaded in front of the store. And the pallets had to be pulled in through the front door. They would, sometimes they had to pop the emergency door open so it would be open wide enough to get them in. And then they would deposit them in the U-shaped main aisle around the store. And then whoever was on truck duty had to start ripping the pallets apart and distributing all of the merchandise to the back ends of the aisles where it was located. Because you couldn't unload the trucks in our stockroom. There was not enough room in the aisles, the main aisle, from the delivery door to the stockroom doors that went out to the floor to pull a pallet through. Our storeroom was that fucked. We had that much shit in there. You couldn't do it. Everything was like 3 boxes deep. Nothing was on the shelves. That place was like a fucking fire trap. Especially with all of the cardboard boxes and all of the flammable stuff, the paint sealers, the oil paints. What the fuck was that?
I didn't catch it.
Something just fell off my desk behind me. Because I heard it go think. Unless the cat broke a clothespin. It was like that kind of noise hitting the floor. Like, it was wild. So inventory was always dirty and dark. Some of the aisles you couldn't really see what you were doing. Some of the ladies had like little tiny mini flashlights because the stuff went all the way to the ceiling and the fluorescent lights didn't penetrate some of the aisles. But I actually didn't mind being back there. Our fixture room was always a hot disaster. They were cleaning that thing like once every 2 months, reorganizing it. And then it got to the point where they were so sick of fixing it that they had to start locking the door and only letting certain people get the fixtures out. Except whenever we needed fixtures, the assistant managers that had the keys were always in the middle of something or didn't want to stop and go get us the fixtures that we needed. And then they started leaving the door unlocked again, and then everything just cycled all back through. Or the door would be locked and we couldn't put the stuff away. And then it would be piling up outside the door because nobody had time to get keys to put it back where it went. That fixture room was dangerous. Like, there were times where you were climbing on shelf fixtures trying to find the hooks that you needed because they weren't put back in the appropriate organized bins for their length and stuff, because we had like the super long peg hooks, and then we had the medium peg hooks, then we had the little baby peg hooks, and then we had clip strips, and then there was like the really deep shelves for certain aisle fixtures, and then there was like the thinner ones for the end caps, and then there was the half table shelf displays, or like the half table dividers that you could hang like the baskets on, and then there was the basket fixtures. And oh, that room, I am surprised nobody got killed in that room. That room was a hot disaster. It was like the size of a fucking walk-in closet. It needed to be bigger. What the hell? Little!
What the hell did she do?
She knocked my flashlight off the desk. That was the sound of my big ass flashlight hitting the floor. I think she must have stretched and it caught her foot. And it fell and she took off. They keep our fixture room locked all the time. Yeah. And, like, it's fine if they're gonna keep it locked all the time, but fuckers, if you want this table displayed on, then somebody needs to get me what I need. Like, I can't do both things. It was an adventure working there, but I actually didn't mind inventory in the stockroom. Inventory on the sales floor was a whole nother animal. I hated inventory on the sales floor. That was worse than the stockroom. I'm not gonna lie, some stuff in that stockroom was so old, it was coming up discontinued, and we couldn't even get a price for it in our scanners. There were times where we're like, Does anybody remember how much this used to sell for? Because some of them had been there that long. They were there well before the system switched over to scanning and stuff was hand priced. And some people were like, oh god, we still have that? And they're like, I don't remember how much it was. That was discontinued eons ago. But we still had it because we couldn't get rid of it. They really just should have grabbed like all the discontinued stuff that didn't sell on Sidewalk, and like they probably should have just written it off as a donation to like a library or a school or something for like craft time or whatever. Just to get it out of there. So there were times where we were like going to the store manager and we're like, hey, we don't know how much this is. It's not coming up in the scanner. All it says is like discontinued 40 or whatever. Like, it doesn't make sense and nobody knows how much it is. We'd be making up prices. We'd be like, 50 cents. Because nobody knew how much it was. Now, we didn't do the entire sales floor. We had Regis come in and do... You're so glad you don't work retail. Yeah, and our label printer is locked in there, and you're too lazy to get the keys, so no labels. Oh my god. Yeah, like, we couldn't even sign... Like, our computer that did our signs was in our main office. The label printer was in the main office. After the store got robbed, they've started keeping the main office door closed. They were only robbed once, and that surprised me. Because they were very lax in their procedures. Because they hadn't been robbed before, and it always kind of made me a little bit nervous because they'd be up there at peak time of the day when shift change was happening, resetting the registers for the next shift. And they would just be walking the shift change register bags with just the manager by himself back to the office to put it in the safe. People would die. The inventory companies are like prison release programs. Yeah, our inventory is very interesting. So Regis was one of the inventory companies that you could hire to come in. And you're surprised people haven't died with you working retail. I'll tell you, my face must have showed a lot more. Because when I was running front end, everybody would want a piece of me, and I guess I'd be getting to my breaking point. And I would have like a long ass line, and I would just start paging an assistant up. I'm like, you need to run change, because I'm the only person up here. I've got a line every time I get back here. I just need some help for a few minutes, because we're like 8 registers open. And I've got a line and people are getting pissy. So, they would look at me, because we have to answer the phone in the middle of all of the chaos on front end. Phone couldn't ring more than 3 times. It had to be picked up by the 3rd ring. It didn't matter if it was a inter-office line, like a inside the company line, like another store calling or the warehouse calling, or if it was an outside customer. We had like 2 or 3 lines that could be another store or the warehouse calling, and the rest were outside lines. We had to pick it up by the 3rd ring. And you could hear it in my voice. Oh, some days we had 10. Some days we had 10 registers, and some nights we would have all 10 open on specific Saturdays if I had the people. Our register 10 was not usually in a state of use. Register 10 is where all of the bullshit happened and went. So if something was broken, it ended up sitting on Register 10's counter or behind the counter. Extra damages that wouldn't fit at customer service in the cubby hole that still had to be written up, that would go down to register 10. Oh, this register, the scanner is not working right. Oh, pull the scanner off register 10. Oh, the printer's not working right on this one. The printer's all jammed up. Take the printer off 10 for now. We'll fix that one later. Like, register 10 was just our bitch register. But you knew Black Friday weekend was coming when the one lady that had been there forever was on the phone with the warehouse trying to order parts for register 10 so that we could have it open. We never had, well, no, I can't say that. Most of the time, we didn't have enough staff to run register 10. Unless it was like a holiday or something specific and extra cashiers were specifically pulled in. Because register 10 was like no man's land. It was all the way down in the corner. And usually only people got put on 10 that knew what the fuck they were doing, that didn't need their handheld or didn't have a problem like every 3 seconds. So it was usually like another front end supervisor. If we had like 3, the third one would get shoved down on 10 and try to help out down on that end to give the supervisors on 1 and 2 a moment. But you could hear it in my voice if things were starting to reach a head up front, because my voice would be getting higher and higher. And some of the customers were like, oh my god, you have the patience of a saint. I could not do this. And I'm like, I don't have a choice. I would just have to smile and be like, yeah, not really. I really don't have the patience of a saint. I really don't. There were nights I went home where I was wrapped so tight I thought I'd be clinging to the ceiling like a cat with its hair on end. It was awful. But, count team on the floor was an entirely different animal because we had customers. The store was open, and there were certain things that the Regis inventory company would not count. They would not count inside our display tables. We had to do that. So we had to open up every table that circled the store, whether it was floral or just whatever display, open it, look inside of it, see if we had anything stored in there. And if we did, we had to put a count sheet on the outside of the table or mark that there was nothing in there. Every store you've ever worked at, people calling for register help all sound the same term. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. There was not... It seemed like at least 2 or 3 times on a Saturday, I had to page all available to the front. And I hated doing that because... Bless their hearts. The kids, they tried. Most of our Saturday staff was teenagers, high schoolers. And all of the shoplifters waited until we were jamming. They knew. And so, you know, I would have to call all available to the front because there were times where I didn't know who the fuck was on the floor. It was so chaotic on Saturdays and Sundays because we always got busy during lunch hours, and the kids we got in the store, not me personally, but the store got in trouble with child labor. I think the store got fined because the under 18s had to be off the clock for 30 minutes minimum. And if the kids came back at 29 minutes, we were getting in trouble because they decided to punch in at 29 minutes instead of the full 30. And the way the time clock worked, like, people knew how to work the time clock. So, like, there was, like, a 7-minute leeway where if you punched in at a certain time, like, you weren't technically late, but you technically weren't early either. You were still within the time frame or whatever. I don't really know how it worked because I really didn't pay attention to it. But some people knew how to work the time clock system. and they would be punching in. Maybe if you punched in before 7 minutes after, you were still technically on time. I can't remember how it worked. But the kids, bless their hearts, they felt so bad when they were coming back from lunch on the weekends, seeing how busy it was up front. They're like, oh, I need to punch in so I can go help out up front. Except that 1 minute back early fucked us over because they were only getting a 30-minute break. So when we got audited and they saw that, they're like, oh no, you're gonna get fined for this. Even though we were giving them the 30 minutes, it was their fault because they weren't fully clocked out for the 30 minutes. It's something that my boss always talks at our quarterly progress is time clock punches. Yeah. And we were very strict on time clock punches. Like, you could have no overtime unless it was pre-approved. There was usually no overtime. Like, you couldn't, like, dick around and stay a few minutes late to finish up a project or whatever. Or if you did, trying to get something done, you had to tell management so they could either decide if you had to punch out early the next day or if they were going to let it go. But it had, usually overtime always had to be approved and all the things. And your time clock doesn't let you punch in early. Oh, wow. Like, we had the actual, here we go, showing our age here. We had the actual paper punch cards that we had to drop into the slot on the time clock that would, it didn't actually punch it, but it would stamp it for what time we punched in and out. But it fucked you up if you forgot to punch back in. Or, like, if you forgot to punch back in from lunch, or if you forgot to punch out for lunch, you had to go immediately to one of the managers or the office manager and be like, I fucked up. I forgot to punch out, or I forgot to punch back in, because then your punches were fucked up. And you had to let them know ahead of time so that they could make a notation on it so that they knew what was going on when it came time to do payroll at the end of the week. Because we got paid weekly. But, Target's all digital. Worked at Dunkin's, you had the punch cards. And then, you know, you had to make sure you put your punch card in straight, because if it was slightly crooked, the clock would, like, jam up and try to eat your card. And then that was a whole huge fiasco. When I went to the casino, we had fingerprints, or we had an ID card that we had to slide. You either had to punch in your employee number, or you had to slide your ID card on the time clocks, and then they had to scan your fingerprint so that they knew it was you punching in, so there wasn't shenanigans afoot of somebody else punching you in, like if you were running late or whatever. Because I remember when I was taking the bus all the time, they had papers on the counter at the train station, I'm sorry, when I was taking the train, because the train would be notoriously late all the time. There was paperwork on the counter for the casino employees to grab a printout to turn into their department supervisor or whatever and be like, look, it's not my fault I'm late. The train was running late. Here's the paperwork to prove it. Like, they had pre-printed flyers that they would leave out saying, you know, oh, the train was running late, blah, 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 so that we could turn in, so we didn't get pointed for being late. Yeah, my friend got fired for having someone punch her in, and then she just went choke. Jesus Christ. That's some balls, yo. That is some balls. No, I knew who my people were for the day and who I had to call, because I had to make a lunch schedule, right? So, I had to make a lunch schedule because we couldn't have more than X number of people off the floor at a time on, like, for nights and weekends for the kids. And the kids all wanted to go to lunch together, and I'm like, no. No. I was like, there has to be 2 people, like, only 1 person from each side of the store can be off the floor at a time, because the other people have to cover your department. So one whole side can't go at the same time. That's not happening. I'm sorry, but it's not. The only, like, and everybody knew how to run register, except for the people that worked our floral counter, because they had to be at the floral counter to either take arrangement orders or to cut ribbon for people or to make bows for people. Like, they couldn't really leave their area to come run register. The people in the surrounding departments in the middle had to run register, but the people at that specific counter weren't allowed to come up front and run register. They had to be in the back because only specific people were allowed to cut ribbon and stuff. You have no idea how many times she got away with it, or if it was just the once. She only worked like one day a week anyway. Jesus Christ, you only work one... What the fuck? That is some fucking balls. Jesus. My God. But, like, yeah, I had to make a lunch schedule, so I knew. And then, because the kids weren't staying off the clock for a full 30 minutes, we had to tell them they now had to take a 45-minute lunch break. "45 minutes for lunch for the under 18s. Do you guys know? She worked the one day just to keep the employee discount. Do you guys know how long 45 minutes is in the middle of a fucking rush? Do you understand the chaos that goes on in those 45 minutes? And it wasn't just like one person. I think I had 30 minutes is a lot, let alone 45. So I think I had I think I had 2 employees that worked the weekend shifts that were over 18 that were on the floor, and I think I had 1 cashier that was over 18. Y'all, it was not pretty in there between noon and 3 p.m. It was not pretty. I came in at 7. If I finished early in the office, well, Saturday I came in at 7, Sunday I came in at 7:30. If I finished early in the office, I would go up front and help out until noon when I would go to lunch. Because there were supposed to be 2 supervisors on the weekends during the day, at least for a little while. Saturdays I left at 3. And Sunday I would leave at 3:30. Usually. Unless something was going on or there was like a Moonlight Madness sale and the store was open till 9 or something. The store was open extra. But that was also predetermined and pre-planned. But oh my God, having 3 people, because left side, right side, and middle would go together. And I would have to pull somebody from the floor to run register up front when my cashier would go to lunch. Fortunately, she was only a half-hour lunch. But it was absolute pure chaos. Absolutely pure chaos. Now, the kids could punch in at like 40 minutes. They didn't have to take their full 45, but they were given the 45 so that would guarantee that they would be off the clock for 30 minutes. So that they didn't risk punching in a minute early and accidentally fucking us over. Because they felt bad and wanted to help out with the chaos that was going on up front. I'll tell you, I almost quit there the one night. It was bad. It was so bad. Somehow, in the middle of 4th quarter chaos, I was the only front-end supervisor that night. There was supposed to be 2 of us. I don't know if the other one didn't... I don't know if she called out or if she no-called, no-showed. She tended to no-call, no-showed a lot. I don't know how she fucking kept her job. I think the only reason that she managed to keep her job was because she was the store snitch and had been there forever. So she knew all of the shit that the kids were up to. And she would go and tell the office manager and the store manager the shit that she was finding out. That's the only reason that I think she managed to keep her job. To be perfectly honest. Because if anybody else had done that kind of shit, they would have been fired. Like, second or third offense, they would have been fucking fired. Usually it's 3 no calls, no shows, and you're done. And she had way more than that. Way more. But middle of 4th quarter chaos. For some reason, that particular day, and I don't know what it was about that particular day, everybody hated everything and decided to return every single item they'd ever bought. I don't know what the fuck was going on. I was almost in tears by the time closing happened, because 4th quarter we were open till 10 instead of 9, so the store had to be spotless. At 9 o'clock, the kids, or 8 o'clock, the kids had to start their normal cleaning routine so that they were done, because they couldn't stay past 10. They weren't allowed to be there that late. So if the store was really trashed, all of the under 18s got to leave, and the rest of us had to stay and finish cleaning until whatever manager was on was satisfied that it was good enough for the next crew in the morning. I had those kids on register almost non-stop that night. They were up there so much, and the returns were so massive in quantity that I did not have the chance to have the kids put the returns away. By the time we closed, I had at least 1 heaping shopping cart for every single department lined up at the front of the store by the registers, because nobody had time to put the shit away. We were that fucked that night. I don't know if we had a couple extra people call out or what, but something was going on and we were just fucked. And I had to get the assistant manager to give me my break for my 15, because I'm like, fuck her, I'm taking my break. I need to walk the fuck away. I need some air for a minute or else I'm gonna murder somebody. Like, I need to step outside for a few minutes and breathe, because if I don't, it's not gonna be pretty. You need to at least give me 10 minutes. I need to pee and I need to breathe. And apparently the next morning, when day shift walked in, or when the office manager walked in and saw all of the return carts, apparently they flipped their shit. They're like, what the fuck is all this shit? I'm like, what the fuck do you want me to do? You know? I was like, if we're that slammed and the kids are on register and you guys don't want more than 3 people in line waiting to check out, which was a rule, more than 3 people, you had to call another register to open. So if all of my available people that can run register, who are the ones that are running returns, are up front, and assistant manager says that they want the store straightened before returns are put back, what do you want me to do? Like, you're asking for stuff that's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. It's just not gonna happen. Your expectations are unrealistic at this point. But it was a goddamn nightmare. But floor inventory, I don't think I finished this. Like, we had to count the tables. We had these little tiny stained wooden letters that, like, that a lot of the college kids would come in to use to make plaques or paddles for their fucking sorority and frat houses or whatever. I think it was more the sorority houses than the frets. But, like, they had to make stuff with these stained letters and shit. There was about 6 different sizes of these stained letters. They were all priced per. Every single one of those had to be counted. They had to be, like, sized up on the price sheet. because they didn't have scan bars on them because they were all sold loose and individual. And oh my god. And then we had these little tiny wooden shape cutouts. Those all had to be counted by hand. Suction cups had to be counted by hand, and we had a lot of those in tubs that were loose. Sun catchers had to be counted by hand. Felt had to be counted by hand. Foam had to be counted by hand. The flower stems in the fake flower department had to all be counted by hand by us and not the inventory company. And the insides of the racks had to be counted. And the rubber stamps had to be counted by hand because we didn't want them mispricing them because they had specific price colored stickers on them. The front registers had to be counted. The shit that was stored under the front registers had to be counted. Guess who got to do that? We had to inventory all of the wreaths and arrangements that were throughout the store. I'm like, well, what the fuck is Regis even doing? It's like, we might as well just count the whole fucking store then. Because the only thing they fucking counted was, like, stuff on the sales shelves. Like, we had to count the t-shirts. If it, like, wasn't in some sort of easily, quickly counted container that was clearly priced and in its appropriate spot, like, we had to count it. I'm like, why are they fucking even here? Like, we could fucking do this faster. Because people had to be designated to follow them around with our Telzons in case they had a price check. Because if they weren't sure if something was where it belonged or it didn't look like it was belonged, like, we were constantly cleaning those days. Fortunately, it was like right around New Year's when the store had slowed down a little bit. And we would have signs up about, inventory count in progress, and we had to have, like, clearly indicate that we worked there and that Regis didn't work there. And, like, the designated Regis babysitters had to be with them. And they would still be there all fucking day. And I'm like, what are you guys counting? Because then they had to do our count sheets that we pre-counted. And they would, like, set up shop in our classroom for the day. Like, it was a fucking disaster. Did you ever see what fell back here on the floor? Was it just a clothespin?
I see a clothespin and the old lotion.
Okay, maybe it was the old lotion that fell.
It might be.
But, damn. So you had about 20 carts overflowing of reshop every day this week. It was so brutal and no one to do the job. And we always had inventory around back to school and all those fucking glue. Oh yeah, the glue sticks. We sold glue sticks for the hot glue guns individually. The minis and the large. Minis were in bags. The large were like 12 inches long, 8 inches long, and then we had half size. We had cases of them that would be open. So the only times you knew that it was a full case was if it wasn't opened. If the tape had been cut on the case, you had to count the case. Floor count was so much more brutal than inventory count, and I will fight than a back of the room, storeroom count. I will fight somebody for it. Stockroom count was so much better. So much better. Because then you didn't have customers walking up to you while you're counting and asking you, do you work here? Can you tell me where this is? Well, you're obviously in the middle of something and they're not waiting for you to finish. They're not like, excuse me, can I ask you something? They're just like blurting out the question and I'm like, 1 second. And, my bad short-term memory ass is trying to scramble to find my marker and my pen to write down where I'm at that very moment in the hopes that I didn't fucking just miscount entirely. And if they asked me something so absurd, I would lose count and I'd be like, fuck. Oh, I made the camera shake, sorry. And then I'd have to start the bin all over again. So mad. Yeah. And it's like, yeah. And then they're like, oh, I'm sorry, did I make you lose count? And I'm like, what can I help you with? I'm like, what did you need? Like, all of the craft paint bottles had to be counted individually, all the paintbrushes had to be counted individually, the open stock ones. All of the yarn had to be counted individually, the embroidery floss. You don't realize how much shit had to be individually counted until inventory comes, and then you're like, wait, I have to do this? We had those stupid plastic animals from Safari Limited that, you know, like the dinosaurs and you know, various, like, farm animals and stuff. And the only ones that ever really seemed to sell that I noticed were missing out of the bins that I was reordering were, like, the tiny ones, and even those were, like, $5.99. I had to count every single one of those fuckers. The Hello Kitty display had to be counted by hand and not by Regis. I'm like, we're doing, like, why are they here? Yeah, they laugh about it, and then you're ready to murder them with a pack of pipe cleaners. Yeah, pretty much. I'm like, you know what? Here, why don't you help me count these pom-pom balls? I will shove them in your mouth, and you can tell me what number I'm at. Fortunately, we didn't have open pom-poms. But you get what I'm saying. It's like, if one more person asks me if I work here, well, I'm obviously doing something in a colored shirt with the name of the store on it and a name tag hanging from me, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit. Because then we had to write down, like, how much of something was at a price, and then, you know, we had to remember what bin we've counted already, or we had to put a number on each bin. And we had to tape our papers up with our counts on them so that someone else could come back with count sheets and record them, which usually had to get done pretty soon after finishing a section so that the customers didn't rip our count sheets down. Hey, Nisey, do you work here? I got that working on register, okay? I'm like, what the fuck? Now does this register open? Do you work here? I'm behind the register fucking about. There were so many times I wanted to be like, no, not if I can help it. Just want you to tell them, no, I don't work here, but don't tell them that. Just walk away. Yeah, I was the person that couldn't be snarky because then customers would complain. Other people could be snarky and they would fucking get away with it. But God forbid I be slightly snarky after having a really bad day. Where's your manager? I don't understand why you won't take this back at full price when I don't have my receipt. And there's a sticker on it that says Michael's. Why can't you take it back? Ma'am, you didn't buy it here. There's a sticker on it that says Michael's. But you carry it too. I should be able to return it here. It can be hit or miss with people. The brief time you did work retail, the week before your last day, someone asked you that question and winked at them and said, no, just acting like it so I can rub the register when nobody's looking. Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh my god. I know the one day we had so many returns at customer service. I was the only front-end supervisor for whatever reason, probably because the other person didn't show up again. The store manager, it was a different store manager. It was an assistant that had been promoted to store manager when the other store manager got promoted to district manager. He was standing up front talking with one of the assistants, and they were getting ready to leave. The store manager was getting ready to leave for the night, and they were going over some last-minute stuff. I was trying to get returns sorted, and I had a stack of precariously placed hand baskets, like hand shopping baskets, which is what we tried to put the returns in to send them back, unless there was just an astronomical amount we had to use a shopping cart. We tried not to use the shopping carts because, you know, it was a shopping cart that a customer didn't have, and they took up a lot of room. And I had them stacked just so, and I think the swing door to get into our register cubby moved and tapped it, and they all fell over. And it had been such an afternoon. Shift change had just happened. We were settling into after 5 o'clock, and it was around 6 o'clock. And at that point, I was so exhausted. And I had only come in at 1:30, and I was so done already. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. I looked at the mess that had fallen over on the floor and just stared at it as a customer walked up to get in my line to start putting stuff on the counter. Or she wanted to do a return or something, and I looked at the customer, and I looked at the stuff that was on the floor, and then one of my cashiers was like, I need change, and I was like looking at the stuff on the floor, because now this tower of hand baskets I had, it wasn't that high, I mean, it was like maybe just about my waist, maybe. But they were all heavy, and they all had stuff in it, was now blocking me from being able to open the swing door to get out of customer service. And I'm standing there looking at this as I'm getting the change out for the cashier. And I think I just had this look on my face of like, I am so done. And I'm like, how the fuck am I going to get out of here? They need change. They can't walk down and get it. And those two are standing there watching me talking. Okay, they're watching me. And I'm like, and the wheels in my head are turning, and I'm like, I'm getting in line. I need to get this change down there. I don't have time to fucking move these baskets out of the way. This is going to be like a 5-minute ordeal. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And I think I shrugged, and I like threw my hand up in the air, and I think I like did a gesture that kind of like implied fuck it. And I hopped up on the counter and swung my feet over, because on the counter behind me that we didn't have the other supervisor at, because it was double register in our cubicle. Like, we both had the same walking space to use. Like, we didn't have a divider between us at the customer service section. It was like one 2-sided desk, so we could like back into each other if we weren't paying attention. So I hopped the counter, walked down, got the change, exchanged it, was on my way back, and was hopping the counter to get back into my cubicle, and the store manager goes, you know, we're standing right here, we could have done that, we could have taken the change down for you. And I'm like, you motherfuckers are up here talking, and I just looked at him, I'm like, really? You guys could have said, hey, I'll do it. Like, you both were standing there watching me and seeing the dilemma I was in at that particular moment, because you both saw the stack of hand baskets fall. Because you both, like, made a face when they fell. So I know you saw it. And then after I do it, you're like, we could have taken that down for you. I'm like, right, you guys were busy, and I, like, went back to my line. And I'm like, really? You, like, could have stepped up and been like, here, I'll take it down. Don't do that. I mean, you could have been like, here, I'll get it. No. Don't say anything till after I hop the counter. Don't say anything as I'm starting to hop the counter. No. Wait until I'm on my way walking back down to customer service after already helping the cashier with their issue. I was just like, really? I wanted to deck somebody so hard at that point. I was like, I'm fucking done. Fucking done. That job was awful. It was awful. Like, I didn't mind it to a point. It wouldn't have been so bad if... How to word this? Retail has a way of training you the way it's supposed to be done. The way it's supposed to be done on paper. But what actually happens is something entirely different. So it's fucking maddening to my brain and just pisses me off to no end. It's like, if this isn't the way that we're supposed to do the thing, then why are you training us to do it this way? we go through training. It was like this at Walmart too. The computer training would have you do it one way. They beat it into your head with the same question, asked 5 different ways or explained 5 different ways. This is how we're going to do this. This is how we have to do it. This is the procedure we have to follow. But then it all changes once you get a customer in front of you. And it's like, excuse me? The methods are always created in a controlled environment. And yeah, in theory it works. And it would work in practice if they actually followed through. But some of the management is so afraid to upset a customer that's wrong. And that's what pisses me off. Because the return policy, we had a sign clearly by our front door that was hanging above it that said what our return policy was. If you don't have your receipt, whatever you try to return is going to be returned at 40% off. Because we always had a 40% off coupon running, and half the time we had to reset an item that was on sale to full price so people could use their 40% off coupon. But then they would argue with you, and they're like, well, I didn't use a coupon. Well, we can't prove that you didn't use a coupon. So we have to take it back at 40% off without your receipt. And then they'd argue with you. So we're not supposed to argue with them. So then we would call up a manager, and we're like, hey, she doesn't have her receipt. I explained that without the receipt, it's 40% off. She's insisting she didn't use the coupon. What's up?
Oh, my mother asked me to bring her some Christmas socks.
I thought they left.
I thought they did too, but apparently not.
Remind them again that crazy dog has to go potty before they leave. Mm-hmm. Instead of giving you shit for not becoming more friends with the dog. Oh, but they did, sweetie. It was in a friendly way, but they were poking you. Because when we went out there earlier, when I had to step away to do gifts, I was like, hey, remind them that the crazy dog needs to go to the bathroom before they leave because the crazy dog won't let you take it out. And Russell was explaining that to them, and then his aunt looks at him like it's his fault, and she's like, well, you need to work with the dog then. And she's like, well, just put the dog on the leash. And we're like, the dog wouldn't come to us to get on the leash. We're trying to explain this to you. She would not let Russell put the leash on. And she's like, oh, well, you need to become more friends with the dog so that you can do that. And we're like, it's your dog, lady. This is not our problem. And see, Russell keeps saying that this is not our circus, that we don't have to worry about it. It's not our problem. But he doesn't seem to see that they keep making it our problem. I'm like, but it is our problem. They make it our problem. He's like, no, they don't. It's not our problem. And I'm like, this right here, that is becoming our problem. And he doesn't see it or doesn't want to admit it. But anyhow, what the fuck was I saying? Oh yeah, so then I would call a manager up, and then because the manager didn't want to deal with the lady being pissy, and he's like not explaining what the policy is and not fully backing it up, he's like, just do it this once, and walking away. Not saying, well, look, normally they should be like, look, our policy is without the receipt, it's 40% off. You're more than welcome to go back home and try to find the receipt because we don't have a time limit. It's just if you have the receipt, we'll take it back, which I think was wrong too, but they wouldn't want to argue with the people, and then they're like, just do it. And then they make us look like assholes, like we're lying, and then the customer gets all smug in our faces and starts giving us an attitude, and like we can't do anything about it. Methods they teach can't function in human chaos. Yeah. Management 101, come up with ideas and methods for jobs we don't do, and then wonder why A, they don't work, and B, they don't work. Yeah. Like, have some fucking balls. Like, this person was gonna be pissy no matter what you did. Like, they were gonna work the system no matter what. If they're gonna argue over it. And argue over it hard. And you're like, well, I'm sorry, this is the store policy. We have the sign right up there that clearly states the store return policy. And, you reneging on that store policy and be like, all right, fine, do it just this once. Now they've learned that they can get away with it. And so now they're like a toddler, and the next time they're not even going to try to find the receipt. They're just going to be like, yeah. And then they're like, well, the last time I tried to return something without a receipt, you guys didn't do that. This person would have written an angry complaint no matter what you did. So how about we stop teaching them that they can get the fuck away with it and that this is the store policy and stick with it. It's not like you gained anything there. This person, like I understand, like, customer goodwill and all to a point, but this wasn't a customer goodwill situation. A customer goodwill situation would have been somebody that forgot their coupon and, you know, politely asked if we actually had any in the store. We were actually able to do a one-time coupon for somebody here and there. If we got, like, management to sign off on it. If they lost their coupon, they couldn't find it. That's more customer goodwill to me. Not teaching them that there's a way to get around the fucking store policy so they can get their way. Especially when the item clearly wasn't even from us. It wasn't even scanning in our system. And I'm like, dude, this is not coming up. It keeps coming up, item not found. Like, I don't think we sell this. I've never seen this come through the register. And then they're like, take it back. I'm like, but it's not coming up. I said, it doesn't even have a sticker. Doesn't look like anything we've ever fucking sold. We sold at Michael's. Because then I hear about it when it goes back into returns, and the department, the kids are like, where does this go? And I'm like, just leave it here. We'll have to put a note on it for the department merchandiser to deal with in the morning. Or the office manager reams us out when we come in the next day. Why did you take that back? We don't sell that. That's not ours. I'm sorry. You need to go talk to so-and-so. I tried to tell so-and-so that wasn't coming up in our system, and they insisted on me taking it back. So maybe before you jump down my throat, you ask me what the deal is with it first. Or, you know, you talk to your managers. I'm not just gonna executive decision taking something back like that. I will tell somebody no. They can be mad at me. It's not coming up in our system. I can't prove it was bought here. I'm sorry. If you can find the receipt, come on back. The problem is these days, if you don't have to, the people will rip the companies apart online. Yeah, if you don't cave. Yeah, I mean, and they've taught them this because they don't stand by their policies. Like, that's what pisses me off. Because then they wouldn't back us up and say, well, this is the store policy. And explain that maybe just this once we can do it as an act of goodwill, but we won't be doing it again in the future. This is a one-time situation. And make sure they fucking understand that. And then, you know, we try to commit that person to memory and be like, didn't you? You were told that was a one-time deal. I'll still never forget the lady that gave me a fucking attitude meltdown, yammering away on her phone. In line. The store is in complete chaos. I'm answering the phones. I'm running change. She's got an item that she throws in the counter for a return. I need her ID because we started instituting a policy that we had to get photo ID or some sort of ID to write down driver's license numbers and addresses, so we had a log of who was returning what, because apparently there was some shenanigans going on from customers. And I think they were trying to see how many returns people were doing and what they were for. And she's just talking away on her phone. I can't get a word in edgewise. She finally hangs up and she's like, and I'm looking at the receipt trying to find the thing. I found the item on the receipt. And I was like, you know this is a Michael's receipt, right? And she's like, she's looking at me and she's like, huh? She's like, so? I'm like, this is AC Moore. And then she huffs real fucking exaggerated. She's like, and then she grabs the item and the receipt out of my hand and storms out. And I'm like, lady, wow. I was like, I can take this back, but it's gonna be at 40% off because you didn't buy this here, but we do sell it. This receipt you gave me is for Michael's. I'm like, I can't take something back that blatantly has the Michael's receipt with it. Like, what the fuck? There's one time of year that we accept stuff from Michael's, and this ain't it. Oh, that burned my ass. We had to institute a specific special program for our registers on Black Friday weekend. The home office had to make it because they decided that they were going to honor the Turkey Bucks coupons that Michael's did over Black Friday weekend, where it was a dollar amount off of your purchase. If you hit a certain dollar amount increment, then you got X number of dollars off of your purchase. And our registers weren't set up for anything like that. We could do a coupon off of an item, but we were not set up to do X number of dollars off of a purchase. They had to make a program for us to price match it over that weekend. Someone tried to pay you with a watch battery once thinking it was a nickel. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's kind of funny, though. Like, I honestly don't understand how the one front-end supervisor was constantly getting Employee of the Month, because she never did anything. Like, I don't fucking understand it. Like, I kid you not, 2/3 of my shift was spent fixing her fuck-ups from earlier in the day. I can't tell you the number of times parents came in with these kids club cards. Kids between certain ages had signed up for a birthday program, and they'd get like a $5 voucher for their birthday to spend on something. Because, you know, it was like, oh, well, you get the kid in the store, the parent in the store, most stuff doesn't cost $5, so, you know, you'll be getting a little bit more money in the store because then the parent's here, so the parent's gonna buy stuff, kind of deal, you know. And there were nights where customers would come in and they're like, yeah, I don't think my kid's gift card thing came off right. Those were a nightmare to sort out, because the way our receipts were, it would show the $5 deducted, and then the Kids Club coupon had to go through our printer to validate it. Hi, Zuzu. Hi, buddy.
Oh, is that what it was?
Hi, Zuzu. Did you have to go potties? It's raining. Come here. Do you need to go pee-pee? Did you need to go pee-pee?
Oh my goodness, is it pee-pee time for the zoos?
You actually came to say you had to pee-pee.
Hey, Ed. I need that,
Zuzu doesn't like to wait, though, so if you don't jump up the second he shows up, he's, like, walking away.
Oh. Fish is on his side down there.
Oh. He was swimming around earlier.
I mean, unless he's falling asleep there, but I kind of doubt it.
Oh, no, Vinny. Vincent, have I not been feeding you enough?
No, you've been feeding him nightly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been getting enough food. Come on, Zuzu.
I mean, he has been laying weird in the plants, too. Maybe he's just... he's just a beta fish.
Again, yeah, and how long have you had him?
Valentine's Day will be a year.
Not as long as I would have liked, but...
Considering he was an expensive fish. He wasn't a cheap beta fish.
Well, they are, the breeds are made by inbreeding and shit, so...
Yeah, I don't know. He's been looking a little weird for a couple of days.
Huh.
Like, doing weird things. I don't know if he's just asleep there or what, because the one time he was laying on the leaves and he didn't look like he was breathing, and then he just started swimming. He scared the shit out of me. I thought he was dead. But, shit, I forgot what I was saying. I got distracted by the dog. Oh, yeah, we had to validate the card, and it would print on the card. But then it looked like she voided it, and then put it back on, and then voided it again, and the one was so fucked up, I had to get a manager to come up, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm not sure I'm understanding this receipt, and I look at these things all fucking day, and I'm confused. I need some help. It was awful. They probably couldn't see, but that's alarming that they were driving it. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Fishid. Oh, your one fin's kind of moving. Kinda. Hey. Hey.
Oh.
Hey. You just chilling down there? I think your days are numbered, Fish.
My buddy.
Well, try to feed him. Or see if you can get him to move. Oh, there he goes. He's swimming around like nothing's wrong. Look. Goddamn fish. The bubbler's not doing a whole lot, though. I think we need to clear out that bubbler. The algae is kind of blocking it a little bit.
Well, now he's hiding in his cave, so.
He's being weird.
Oh no, he's hiding behind the cave.
What was that?
That was your candle.
Oh. Technically, that's your candle.
Yeah, he's probably not going to be here much longer.
Probably not, no.
Well, again, he hid behind the cave when we disturbed him, so.
He's been laying weird in the leaves, too,
Yeah.
for a couple of days, so I won't be surprised. I wish we knew how much they were at PetSense. We never did see how much they were charging. Because those looked pretty healthy. Ah! Chungus! Behave. But, like, every night, at least 3 to 4 times a shift, I was fixing something that she did. She either voided a 40 off coupon, and those were a bitch to try to fix. Or she double rang somebody. In one case, I think she triple rang somebody. Because she was too busy talking instead of paying attention to what she was doing. Like, we were supposed to make chit-chat with the customers, which was always super awkward. I kind of did, like, bare minimum. I'm like, oh, did you find everything? Okay, cool. And then, you know, I just kind of stand there, ring up my shit. I'm not gonna have, like, a fucking 2-hour conversation with them discussing every single thing that I'm scanning out. Some of the cashiers did that, and it drove me fucking insane. Because the other cashier that worked during the day would do that. Now, granted, I didn't have to work with that cashier very much, except for the rare occasion that I was working day shift, which was usually when the office manager was on vacation. Or when our shifts overlapped for only like an hour or two. But, like, half the time she was running her mouth so much, she wasn't ringing anything up, and her line was getting longer and longer and longer, and then I was having to page people up front because she wasn't trying to, you know, move through the customers. She was just kind of dicking around. I'm like, oh, I love this. Oh, well, we do this with this. And, oh, what are you doing with that? And I'm like, girl, this isn't show and tell. Please ring up your customer politely. Make sure they found everything. If they couldn't find something, we'll page the department head up. See if they know if we even carry it or if we're out of it. And keep the line moving. The both of them, I don't know how anything got done during the day. I was just like, wow. This is awful. There was a part of me that just wanted the two of them to work the weekend shift so bad. Without me there. Just to see what would happen. Just to see. Because there were days where I was just like, oh my god. Why? Alright, so... we're slowly making progress on Chungy. We got the stomach done. We got the tail. We got the top shell done. That took forever. I have hours of recorded footage of working on the top shell that has not been posted yet. I think I'm gonna wait and just slip that into the speed creature. So this might not get done till like... well, it should be done before New Year's, I'll put it that way. But even if I tried to pull an all-nighter, it still wouldn't be done tonight, I know that much. So I'm not even gonna try. And I feel bad, but... time just wasn't on my side this time. I also didn't anticipate some of the sections of this guy taking quite so long. Kind of my own fault in that aspect. Oh, did you ever bring the cat food in?
No.
We're worried about the other cat too, 'cause she's being kind of weird today. She was being a little bit explory, but she was also kind of looking for a place to kind of tuck herself into, and we're like, what are you doing? Alright. I have to be careful not to stab too hard through this section, because as you can see, I can go through it. So I kind of have to try to surface stab in here. So how's everybody's Christmas Eve going? What are you guys doing tonight? Doing anything? Any traditions you guys are doing tonight? Watching specific movies, eating specific stuff, sleeping through it. Uh-oh. It's a Momo. It's a Mosasaur.
Hi, buddy.
Why are you surprised?
Yeah, I know.
A, it's that time.
I know, buddy. I'm coming.
And B, brother went out and got a cookie and I didn't. I want a cookie. Like a literal cookie. You just woke up an hour ago, you need to go to the liquor store and get some beverages for dinner with your sister. Oh, so get this, right? If you didn't get your alcohol yesterday, you ain't getting it today. A lot of places down here are dry on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, in this area. Well, not necessarily where he is.
No, I'm saying like down here if you didn't.
No reason to give him a heart attack.
No. I'm sure he knows.
We want Zords to still be around for the New Year. Don't make him panic too much.
Well, I think as long as he's got coffee, it'll be okay. It just won't be as pleasant. You're doing laundry. You've been playing WoW, Wrath, and Door. What? Dwarf? Is this all one word? Yeah, it's a game, but you don't know the... I don't know, but it's the game title. Dorfremtique? Dorfremtique? I know I'm butchering the fuck out of that. Yeah, so I saw a news article that said, oh, some liquor stores here in Arkansas are going to be closed for like 48 hours. And I was like, oh, that's right. Christmas Eve is a Sunday. And then a lot of places are closed on Christmas Day. And even Walmart stopped selling alcohol Saturday night at midnight. Or 11, whenever they close. So if you didn't get your alcohol down here yesterday, you ain't fucking getting it. You're gonna have to cope.
You hurt yourself.
Uh-oh.
Momo, come here.
What happened?
He may have hurt his shoulder.
His shoulder?
Yeah. He was walking awkwardly, but it may also be...
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Well, it doesn't look like it's that serious. He didn't yelp or nothing.
Do we need to do the anti-inflammatory?
Let's see how he's doing tonight. We might...
Or any of the other doggy stuff we've got?
We might do something with him tonight. We'll see how he's doing.
Oh, fucking sake. I think you'd like it. Dorf... Recommended... Okay. Can you, like, link me the Steam page? Because I doubt I'm going to remember how to spell that later. Oh, Momo. Momo, the vet's not open until Tuesday. Oh, buddy. Why? Y'all aren't allowed to have problems at the same time. The cat that had the surgery is being weird today. We're already concerned because her legs are being weird. We don't know if she hurt herself trying to jump up on something when she was hopped up on painkillers, or if her legs are just that stiff because she lost that much muscle mass. But we're trying to get some pounds back on her. It doesn't seem to be working. She's still enthusiastic about eating, but that's something we're trying to keep an eye on. You might stream something later. Oh, what are you having for dinner with your sister? It's good that you're not gonna be alone. I was gonna check in on you and make sure that was a thing. That you were gonna be with somebody. Steak and potatoes, sounds good. We're doing bacon cheeseburgers tonight and french fries. Tomorrow we're doing turkey because it's the one thing that everybody can kind of eat. And my mom would like throw a hissy fit if we didn't. So we had to go out and buy an extra folding chair because we needed it. Because Russell's like, well, how about we have dinner in her room due to circumstances? And I'm like, we don't normally though. This is like, what the hell are we gonna sit on? There's only the one folding chair. He's like, well, I could, like, drag our computer chairs in there. I'm like, no, I don't want to drag mine around. It's already kind of rocky as it is for me rocking back and forth in it so much. So tonight, after dinner, it's our normal game night with her, and we didn't want to necessarily cancel that, things being what they are. So he got my dad's old Chromebook kind of working. So he's gonna hook up one of our portable hard drives to it, and he found a VLC player that kind of works with this Chromebook, and he found an is it HDMI or is it HTMI? I always get these letters wrong. I think it's HDMI cable to run from this Chromebook to her TV, and we're supposed to do board games or something with some kind of Christmas movie on or something. We picked up 2 board games. One she's played before. One is new to all of us, and I really want to play that one. Russell's like, because it's Tetris the board game, and it intrigued me. And I think it's something that she could play without having to use her magnifying glass to try to see what's going on, because her vision's getting so shitty. And they said that they can't really do anything about it. At first I thought it was related to the eye drops that she's been using with all the eye drop recalls, but she hasn't used any of those brands, so. And they were thinking maybe it was glaucoma, but now they're like, no. So I figured, well, at least she can feel the shapes and stuff, and they should be big enough where she shouldn't need the magnifying glass. And none of us have played the board game version of this, so we're intrigued. I should probably have the mat under this. But if we stay surface-wise, we should be good. I'm so mad that this is only as far as I've gotten. I'm so mad. Or at least frustrated. I really wanted to be a lot further than this. But I think I'm gonna have to fluff more of this blue, because I don't think a 2/3 Ziploc bag is gonna be enough on it. But we've had to puree canned cat food for the other cat, because she's only got 5 teeth now. And her legs are real stiff. Her one back leg, she doesn't like us touching it, but she'll like kind of walk around on it. And I was like, do you think she broke something? He goes, no, I think she'd be more angry about it. He goes, I can touch it to a degree, and she can definitely feel me touching it, because he tried to pick a piece of cat litter out of her fur that got stuck into it, and she gave him shit when he pulled the fur. So she can definitely feel them. I don't know. I'm thinking decisions might have to be made come the next week or so. We will see. Especially with the betta fish being weird now. Like, in the past couple of days, he started doing things that I'm not used to him doing. His water still looks pretty clean. Like, there's a little bit of algae on the air bubbler in there, but it's not too bad. Like, the water's not green or nothing. I think we need to clean that off of the top of it, though. I was at least hoping to get the tail done today. Or at least before we packed it up to go deal with dinner. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, so then after we do some board games for a little bit, we also got Rummy Cue. Basically Rummy with the tiles. We used to play that all the time. When I was younger, I don't remember how to play it anymore though. It's been so long. Vaguely remember, but not really. And then we'll probably do gifts. I most likely won't be back streaming tonight. If I do anything tonight, it's going to end up getting recorded. And if I do any work on this tomorrow, it'll be recorded. We're not streaming tomorrow. I don't have time. I know it's still on the schedule, but I just don't have time. We might do something Tuesday if the boys aren't doing anything. Because I don't know what Tyler's work schedule looks like. And we might have to go rescue Tyler tomorrow. It depends. There's a whole ass fuckery thing going on there with him that he has to deal with tomorrow. We were really trying to talk him out of doing it. He feels some sort of obligation to his mom to go, even though he really doesn't want to, and he doesn't even understand why she's going. It's a whole thing that I don't even know the full story on. But what little we did know was just absolute bullshit. And he's gonna be within rescue distance, and apparently he has to go with her. She's driving. And we're like, dude, if you need to get the fuck out of there, that is 2.5 hours from us. If shit's going down and you need to get the fuck out, call us and we will come and get you. And you can just eat dinner with us. We are gonna have more than enough food. So we'll kind of be on standby tomorrow in case we have to go rescue the boy. He's basically like our adopted son. Technically, he could be our kid. He's definitely not. But age-wise, he probably could be. But we've joked with him, we're like, yeah, if we have anything, you're gonna end up with it. More than likely. What the fuck? Why am I hearing... Hold on. Ay, ay, ay. I guess the husband's outside with my mom on the porch. And the aunt and the mother-in-law are just leaving now. I thought they left a while ago.
Nope, they were just leaving.
And they had to scream to you?
Of course they did.
I was like, what is the yelling? I thought something was wrong. I thought somebody was on the front porch because they sounded like they were in pain or something.
My mom was on the front porch. She may have been talking to your mom. I found it in one of those pouches, so I gave it to my mom.
Did she eat it?
Yeah. Well, she ate some of it.
Does she feel any heavier?
A little bit, to be honest.
Does she?
Yeah, and her gut looks a little less hollow. So I'm not too worked up yet.
Is he still limping?
Momo, not that I've seen.
Okay. Oh, buddy.
All our critters are having a rough holiday.
Oh my god, I'll be glad when this year's over. I'll feel better once we finally hear back about what the fuck's going on with your disability. That's not been helping. At this point, him and I are convinced we're not going to hear anything until January at the earliest.
Probably not.
Because, you know, government jobs, judge jobs, court jobs, yeah, I don't know how much fucking time they take off for the holidays, but I'm not expecting anything to happen now. Until then. I just want to know if we have to move on to the next part of the appeal process. That's all I want to know, because I want to get this moving if that's what we have to do. This is horrible. Well, we're not going to be walking tonight, that's for sure. It is raining. Everything is wet. And it's supposed to get real, real cold tonight. We might medicate the dog anyway. Last night he wasn't happy. Every time I fell asleep, or started to fall asleep, he started whining at me. And I'm like, what, buddy? I fixed your bed like 5 times. I think I only had about 3.5, 4 hours of sleep. And most of that came after 7:30 this morning. At one point I almost just got up and stayed up because he was being so grumbly. I'm like, it's 3 a.m. We're not going outside right now. So then I kind of leaned down and was trying to pet him. I almost fell out of bed petting him. At one point I almost gave up and got out of bed and grabbed one of the extra blankets and put it on the floor to lay next to him. But then I'm like, that's going to cripple me for the rest of the day. If not the week. I was seriously contemplating it though. I'm like, bud, this would be so much better if you would just come up on the bed and just lay with us. And then I can pet you. You got up on the bed to cuddle with us the other day. He climbed on the laundry mountain yesterday. Because we tend to do all the laundry and then we just pile all the clean stuff on the bed. And then we tend to fold it before we go to bed. And so he climbed up on the bed and made a nest for a few minutes in all the clean laundry. But I guess he couldn't get comfortable or he was too nervous about falling off and then he ended up getting down. Let's see, it's supposedly 57 right now. So, husband, do you know this game on Steam? Dorfromantic?
I have no idea what you're even talking about. Why?
Oh, Buzz said she likes it. She thinks I would like it. Let me grab the link so I don't lose it.
Just dwarf what?
Hang on, I've got the link for it. I can't pronounce it.
What?
Like most things, I can't pronounce anything. Oh, Chungus. But, Surgery Cat was being kind of explory this morning. trying to haphazardly climb around with what little movement she had. But Russell had to follow her to make sure she didn't get herself into trouble, and we're trying to figure out what to do because she's getting tired of being put in the kennel at night. But we have to put her in there at night. Like, it's like the dog kennel. There's more than enough room for a full litter box and room for her to lay in. It's not like a tiny, like, cat carrier. It's like a full-size dog kennel that both the boys fit in together. So, we don't know what to do because she's getting mad about going in there at night, but we can't let her roam at night without somebody being aware of what she's up to, so she doesn't get herself into too much trouble and hurt herself even more. But we can't really put her in the other room at night because then nobody's gonna be keeping an eye on her, and everything is climby in there. And a couple of times, the way she laid down, she like flops onto her side because she's having trouble sitting. So she kind of just falls over when she wants to lay down. And she almost fell herself off of the bed yesterday because she flopped down with her back towards the edge of the bed, and we're like, oh shit, we had to like quick kind of scooch her back onto the bed. But we also took some extra scraps from the chicken I made last night and pureed that for her, and she seemed to like that. Just to try to get some more protein in her that didn't have all the stuff in it. Like all the preservatives and shit that the canned cat food had. So I didn't put any salt or anything on the chicken because it was extra that I had for the dogs. So if I get Chungus finished off stream, it ain't getting finished today because this is how far we are. I guess that's not happening. But if I do get him finished in the next couple of days off of stream, I will definitely post pictures. I will be recording working on him off stream for sure. I actually need to transfer some of the recording to my portable. Get it off of my big computer. We're kind of making progress down the tail here. I don't know, for some reason part of me thought that I would be further done the tail or like completely done the tail. I should have known better. Chungus, behave. Don't be attacking my flamingo light. I have a little flamingo infinity light. I don't have it on that much because it's battery powered, and I didn't know if we had any more batteries. And it's got paint all over it now. But, so, excuse the smudges. Apparently has a timer, like, once you turn it on, it'll be on for X number of hours. And then shut itself off, unless you turn it off. Apparently the one night I forgot to turn it off because it scared me when it turned itself on the next night. Yeah, they had that, and they had it in a cactus. It was $5 that we picked up a couple months ago at Walmart. I saw it and Russell's like, do you want to get it? It's only $5. And I'm like, yeah, but money. He goes, it's $5. Alright, so. So, I mean, this isn't too bad now. We're just into the wrapping of the polyfill stage. But yeah, I'm glad we decided to do the tail before doing the limbs. Because the limbs are getting a beating here while we're working on the tail. But I think we'll be able to get those guys tightened back up a bit. Still haven't decided on if we're gonna have to add that wire yet. I think I can still add it if it comes to it. I feel bad, I never got my Christmas ornaments finished getting painted. Well, if I get Chungus done, then I will try to get those done. I got them started, but just like some little wood cutouts for my flamingo tree. I just didn't get them finished. Because those little wood cutouts were thirsty critters, and I had to do a couple layers of gesso on them, which took a surprisingly long amount of time because of how tiny they were. I actually have, like, theirs is the rest of them. Like, I only got like 2 with the pink starting to be put on them. And then I've got another pack that's not gessoed yet. Oh, pretty. I'm getting this. I mean, we got the tail. I don't know. Would that be like a third of the way done, maybe? Plus, we did the back too. We got our segments done on Chungus's back, so that did take like a good hour, a little bit longer. So I mean, we have our little weird geometric shell pattern there. I know it doesn't look like a traditional turtle shell, but it's technically not a traditional turtle, so alright. So work on getting this put in here. Okay, it is raining again. Windows 11 was like, it's cloudy. I'm like, I don't know about that Windows 11. That traffic sounds kind of sloshy out there. I don't think it's reporting the town that I told it to report.
Hang on.
Can you preheat the oven, sir?
Yeah, to what?
425, I think. Alright. So, I think, yeah, we're still kind of in camera. I know it's a little bit harder to see because we're not that terribly zoomed in. We're kind of zoomed in. But we could be more zoomed in. But we're not doing too bad here. Alright, I was gonna try to go until 4:30, but I think I need to go see how long those other french fries are gonna take to cook, because I don't remember. So we don't have the waffle fries tonight. We had to buy a separate set. So, I mean, we're not doing too bad. Yeah, we're maybe a third done. The tail, at least. So, the plan is to do the tail in this blue. And then, I might come back in with the light blue and do some dots here and there. Chungus, you're getting all kinds of dirty here. And then we have to do the limbs. And then we have to do the neck. And the neck, it's going to be the same blue, but I'm going to try to do the middle of it. Kind of like Figment, where it's a lighter color. I'm going to take that light blue and like do it like in the middle part way. Or we might go all the way up to the chin maybe. And then like do some like little dark stripies through it, but the background is going to be this color. I know Figment's like a purpley pink, but he didn't want a pink one. I was going to make it flamingo pink, but it's a good thing I asked. Because he's like, no, I don't want a pink Chungasaurus. And I'm like, well, usually you're like, do what you want. So, that is where we are at so far. Kind of mad that it took that much time to get that done, but what can you do? So, again, tomorrow's not going to be a stream. We might do one on Tuesday, but that's going to be a bonus stream. I'm not scheduling that. We have to see how I'm feeling and what our schedule looks like and what's going on with these crazy animals. I thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon and keeping me company through all the crazy and hanging in there for the few minutes I had to step away to deal with mother-in-law gifts and stuff. I hope you guys have a good Christmas and that your Christmas Eve's going alright. If anybody needs me, you can always get me on Discord. I will be around, I just won't be streaming. So thank you guys for this last year. I know it's been a crazy year and a bitchy year and a stressful year, but I do appreciate you guys toughing it out with me. I hope you guys have a good Christmas, a safe Christmas. I will see you in a couple of days. Have a good one, you guys, and Merry Christmas.